John Ordenfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Derlin and Macy, had raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, John eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Seaworthy. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Derlin, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy, that is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a young child, Celeste Highcrest wouldn't have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury that she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land beyond the veil, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set very high standards for his two children. The elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Saran trained his two daughters in the art of magic and history, a respected wizard himself. Cressida had leaned into this as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled, fighting the shadow of her sister's success. She never quite met the expectations of her family, and was always the object of her father's disappointed glances. When the sisters came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the archives, to be mentored under his tutelage, and to be admitted to the sanctum of archives to scribe ancient texts and tomes. Cressida, to no one's surprise, surpassed all expectations and gained entrance. Celeste, however, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best, and was rejected. It was rare that one of her status should choose to leave the homeland, but never being able to escape the overshadowing of her sister, the youngest elf decided it was time to break free of her family and forge her own path. If she remained here, she would always be Cressida's sister, nothing more. But if she were to leave this place behind, perhaps she could prove herself as her own person. She found her way, eventually, to a hidden doorway, a portal to the material plane, and stepped through. She found a world familiar, yet strange. She walked, realizing now that whatever she had left, whatever power, had been left behind her. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell. Celeste travelled for years, traversing oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home to her family as a tribute. But eventually the news reached her. When she had crossed into this world, the doorway had closed behind her, locking and leaving her stranded, with an entire universe between her and her home and family. And now, Celeste wanders and waits, desperate for answers that will lead her home again.
Drekik Yorksan, a white dragonborn who grew up in the area of Utevshal in Ogralan. My father was the Earl of Kriegsgard. The area was heavily contested by the opposing threat from Uzan Karul and the Blood Renderer. When I was 7, our village was attacked, and my mother was lost to us. My father disappointed in my lack of strength and unable to care for me, gave me to the priests. They raised me and taught me the ways of the gods. It was here I studied the best I could, but as I stared for hours over books and scrolls, the markings could never seem to make sense. The occasional word I could read, but most were lost to me, due to this dreaded curse in my eyes, making the world seem blurred. It was only through listening and paying attention to the prayers and the ways of the priests that I was able to memorize the ways, without ever needing to learn to read properly. After 8 years of service, my father returned for me, saying that it was time for me to return and defend my clan. I never liked war. The killing and bloodshed did not appeal to me as it did my father and brother. One night, I tried to make peace with the enemy by healing their wounded and sick, but I was betrayed. It was in this way that the village on the border of Iswalan was run over, and I was banished from my home to walk a path of shame for the rest of my days.
Hello. You're a cheeky looking fella. What are you up to? Oh, I think you must be a sheep. Come join us by the fire. I got a friend here. He's a fox. Yeah. Have some of that. Oh, that looks yum. My name's Ingwe. This is my first day here. First day out here. Yeah, fox. Nice. Yeah, my tribe, we tell the stories of the world. And when we're old enough, like me, ready, I reckon, we head out into the world and go on a quest, adventure. Well, that's what I want to do. I want to do a quest or adventure. Some people just, like hang with people and listen to their stories. But I think I want to do something exciting. That's my plan anyway. But you never know what's going to happen. I mean, I've lived 300 moons, but everything's so different out here. Like, you guys can't talk. Well, I'll figure it out. I'll figure out how to get you guys to talk to me. Because this is a pretty one-sided conversation at the moment. Here. Nice. That's one-sided conversation because you're a sheep and you're a fox. Anyway, so as I was saying, we head out into the world and try and find some stories and try and meet some people. Some people like you could be the people, although you're pretty quiet. You could be the people that I meet and take back, and you can hang with me and my tribe, and we can tell stories. It's about a fire, Does that sound like a good idea? No, you probably already have someone to hang with. Oh well. Well, you're friendly enough as it is. So, the other thing we got to find is, we've got to get a scar. Some people have, like, emotional scars, but, you know what, I'm real keen to, like, get a cool one, like, on my shoulder, maybe, like a leg scar. Yeah, that'd be good. And then, see how we're going. The magic out here is weird. They did say that it'd be hard. Must be back home, must be the, the elders, they're pretty tight, those guys. They have to be pretty firm on the rules. So I'm pretty keen to come out here and try some different things. We're allowed to do whatever we want out here in the world, just whatever takes our fancy, and then be ready when we go home to, be all tight like the elders and follow the rules, be pretty lawful, be good, that sort of thing. Well, it's been nice chatting to you. Come closer. That's alright. Nice and safe by the fire.
But we're so busy talking
Surprise!
Dude.
Educating me about AI.
Yes, we're talking about AI once again. Welcome back, everyone. I hope that everyone had a good weekend. I guess it's Monday,
Yeah.
so I guess there's nothing good about Monday except for this show. But yeah, weekends are nice.
Woo.
So yeah, welcome back. If you love D&D and you love watching these crazy people or just hanging out with crazy people, you should join our Discord because Celeste is barely inspired. But yeah, you should join our wonderful Discord where you can hang out, play games, find other people to play with if you're looking for groups and stuff like that. Or sometimes you get to try playing alternative versions of games and have computer game days where we play sometimes. It's been a few days now, but we'll get that soon running, I'm sure. And I don't know, pictures of food, pictures of dogs, cats, other animals. Yeah, pretty much have everything. I don't think there's anything we're missing, is there?
Well, you could always plug that we're doing a bit of a casting call.
Sure. I mean, I'm doing a little weird thing with some of these people. We'll see what happens. Where you get to be a superhero, but with great responsibility comes great fuck ups. So yeah, but that is also on a Discord. So if you are interested in trying to play something a little bit different than D&D, something a little bit more in lines with I don't know, what should I explain it as? A comedic version of superhero movies, then yeah, check it out. Check it
Like
out.
Deadpool on steroids.
Yeah, it's like Iron Boy and Glowing
Like a
Torch
stupid parody
and
version.
like
Yeah.
Black
Glow stick.
Pigeon and stuff. I don't know. It's a little, yeah. We'll see eventually. But other than that, I don't think we have any other announcements unless I am mistaken. My name is Tom. I am the producer and dungeon master of Monsters and Mayhem. And if you have more dice than you have, what are they called? Mood boards for your characters that you never get to play, then you come to the right place. So, let me put on a little bit of relevant music. Maybe still a little bit of pirate music.
I think he fallen into the water.
I was going to say
He
the
fell
Tom Holland.
overboard. Tom
What?
overboard.
All right. There we go. Everything should be running. A little bit of background noise here. So you managed to rescue Celeste from grave danger. She also managed to rescue herself a bit. However, in the process, also lost someone that she had gotten to know. Hilda escaped, as so many times before, and this time, some bad news were waiting for Celeste on the other side of the ocean. Finally, given the news that Drekik were no longer among you, and a short introduction of who what is, or what was, or what is what. And you had a conversation with Sephiroth as well about some of his traditions that involved apparently eating people. But most of it was fairly relaxing up until last night, where each of you were visited by your own conundrum of sorts. Celeste had a very close encounter with what she can only imagine is this individual that's been haunting her dreams for a long time. Ingwe had an offer he couldn't refuse. What had a visitor and a great night? ? And John not only saw a bit of a vision of what had happened prior, but also seemed to have an unrestful sleep.
That's where we'll begin tonight's episode. The morning after everyone having a bad day. Except for Ingwe. I mean, Ingwe and Watt both had a really good sleep, but Celeste and Sean, not so much. So, let us begin.
We are, to clarify as well, DM, heading back to Itna at the moment, correct?
Correct. You're on the way back to Itna now.
Okay.
And you'll be passing around Kronos region in midday today.
Okay. Cool. Maps and such. Yeah. John wouldn't have much to say. He'd be pretty chill for the morning. Just, I believe it was just Celeste and him up for the night, and then, yeah, he'd just go down quietly, make some breakfast for everyone, and pass it all out, and just get to tending to the ship for the day.
Yep. I noticed that Watt is sleeping again.
I grab some powder of some kind of whatever I can find that is almost chalk-like, and I draw a wiener on the back of his shell.
Very well.
I'm going to, because I haven't slept. So I'm going to wait for Jordan to come and find me, and if he does not, by the time the crew starts to stir, I'm going to go and find him.
Okay. Well, he will be finding you very early in the morning, and he's been trying to go over in his head all those questions that you had, and he doesn't have a lot of info, but it does seem like he's reiterating the things you've said already, that around noon or midday or such, they would all jump overboard, and seemed like they would be calling it communing with someone, but they won't talk about it. It seemed like the only ones affected by this situation was the captains and the first mates, not the crew. They didn't seem to be involved with this whatsoever, and a lot of the crew does seem like they had died during the service of working for Captain Helder, and they were not brought back. So there was some kind of favoritism, or some sort of deal struck, at least, between that little group and whatever that was. He did know that there was an area of La Guerra where Hilda did frequent from time to time, and it was the only place he remembers that didn't have something to do with something specifically. But that's pretty much what he has. He wasn't kept in the loop that much.
Right. Going to say, your usefulness is growing thin, so I suggest you stay out of my way until we make sure.
Sure thing.
And I'm going to go into the captain's quarters and lock the door and try and get some sleep.
Okay.
I'm going to wake up because Celeste came in. Oh, I'm going to go do my job and go and unlock the door. And
lock the door as Ingwe goes out.
Ingwe will do the first matey job and go and check in with all the people that are doing the jobs that he assigned them on the roster. Roster.
Yep. They seem to be doing their jobs and enjoying themselves. None of them are working too hard, but they're also just kind of traveling in a straight line. There is some jobs during the day that they do, obviously, but at the moment they seem to just be waking up and taking it a little easy.
And I will check the logbook because Captain Celeste will have written the instructions for the day, and make sure that we're still heading into the right place, and poorly use my tools in navigating and get set in for a day of being the captain while the captain is asleep.
So, question here is if Celeste have said anything specific on course, or just continue towards where we're going.
Just continue to where we're going. Shout any, make note of landmarks. Stay clear of ships, and then she'll draw some flags to look out for. Don't go near any ships that have this type of flag. Other than that, just continue southwest.
Yep. Over. Radio. That's all good. So, who is currently? I would say probably Ingwe. Ingwe, roll me a d20.
2.
The weather starts fogging up a bit. As soon as the sun starts coming out, it seems like it's almost like a layer cake on top of the water. It seems to be almost impossible to see through. You don't have a lot of vision. You can see maybe 100 feet in front of you, which isn't a lot when you're sailing a ship. But you have a general idea of the direction. Would you be actually steering the ship anyway?
Yeah. Yep.
So I need you to make a survival check as well. This time with disadvantage.
Why have I got disadvantage? What?
Because you can't see shit.
Can't see shit.
Also, I don't think you're proficient either with
I'm definitely not proficient.
sailing ships.
13.
13. Okay. You steer in the direction that you believe is the right direction. And it seems to be going fine for now.
If this is like a long period of mourning, the other thing I would like to do is I would like to let the foxes out of the amulet.
Okay. You can definitely do that.
I, from the night that I've had previously, would not have a detailed conversation with Vartix.
Nope.
So I'd pop in and be like, "Hey, I know you can't leave yet, Vartix, but just thought this would be a good day to get a pretty safe day to get the foxes out for some fresh air. I'll bring them back in a jiffy."
Very well. Yeah, no worries, my friend. Just you can keep them out there if you want. I'm okay. I can be on my own.
Yeah, I mean, they're probably safer in here. We're on a boat.
Oh. Interesting.
Yeah. Was the captain, but now Celeste the captain. But anyway,
Right.
don't have time to talk because I'm steering the boat.
Well, good luck with that.
Yeah. Anything you need, we're on a boat, so you have to be boat specific.
More books.
Oh, ask Mr. Watt, he's got a good book.
Fair. Well, you let out the foxes, and the blue fox jumps around a little bit more accurately than what you've seen before. And it's also grown a little bigger. It's a little bit bigger than a fox would really be. It's actually the size of a little bit of a bigger dog now. But it jumps back and forth. And it's just playing with its siblings, I guess you can call it, even though that's the only one that's blue. And then you start hearing something scraping on the side of the ship. You can't quite see anything, but you can hear something scraping. Just like a constant.
Crow's nest. Can you? I can hear. There's an odd. It feels like a broken wheel, but we're on a ship. I think it's on the starboard side. Can you see anything?
I can't see anything. There's fog everywhere.
The fog a problem. Does the fog seem like it is like normal? I use my boots to find out what the weather is.
The weather is very foggy today and getting close to snowing once again. You are getting closer to that region, so it is starting to spread out where the snow is.
So it does seem like the weather is foggy, not like someone has cast a magical fog spell around our ship.
It would appear so from what your boots are telling you.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know if that differentiates between one or the other, but that's what it's saying for now, at least.
But I would know that, like, me asking what the weather is, like, if the fog ended 10 meters that way, the boots would probably indicate to me that, like, there's a general... Someone who could change the weather could have changed the weather, and the boots would be like, it's foggy. But if there was, like, a fog that was just, like, bubbled around our ship...
You don't actually quite know much about this item, even though it has that feature. You don't know how that really works. So potentially it could be that someone's casting fog cloud just on you.
And the boots would tell me that it's foggy.
And the boots could maybe tell you, but you don't know how that works. It could be, it could also not be. But for now at least, yes, that's what it says.
Now, I don't know if I should leave this wheel, but that sounds disturbing me. Celeste is asleep. What is asleep? John's asleep. Is Sapphirus around?
He would be around, yeah.
Hey, Sapphirus, do you hear that noise?
Yes, it sounds like the ship is fucked.
It does sound like that, doesn't it? Can you have a look over the starboard side?
Sure. He goes over and has a look. I can't even see the water. It's a bit foggy.
It's a bit foggy. It's very foggy. Maybe I should get rid of the fog. Maybe. Can I check the charts to see if there is a reef, or if we're in the open ocean, or if I feel like we're close to banging into something?
Okay. Make another survival check with disadvantage.
10.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there is some here and there. I mean, maybe if you steer more towards the left-hand side, you can get out. It seems like it's coming from the right side right now. Maybe.
Drop the anchor! I'm having none of this. I did exude confidence that I was a good captain, but I have never sailed in conditions like this. And, well, I won't be worried if... No, I'll be worried. I'd really like to keep this ship. So, anchor away! Let's stop this baby until Miss Celeste is... or someone with actual competence. Oh, can we see the other ship? Oh, wow, the other ship's not...
No,
it's pretty foggy.
It's pretty foggy, yeah, you can't see that either. So you're dropping the anchor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you give the order, the anchor gets dropped, and you hear. And the scraping continues for a little bit, and then it stops and becomes more of a. Kind of grinding noise instead.
Yep, I think that was the right decision.
The hell's going on up here? Do we just stop suddenly?
Yeah, it's pretty foggy.
Yeah, where the hell? Anyway, where are you?
I'm over here. Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
I figured better safe than sorry. I think that's one of your sayings, Mr. John. I think you said sometime.
Yeah.
I have never captained a boat through the fog before, and there was a weird noise that sounds like we're running into something. So I thought we would stop and wait for someone that actually knows how to do boats. I mean, I'm learning fast, but
Where was the sound coming from?
on the starboard side over there.
All right. I'm gonna look around to see who looks strongest out of the crew.
Out of the crew? Oh. Good question. Probably Sapphires, to be honest.
Sapphires.
Yes.
You able to lower me down the side? I'll rope up, and I'm gonna check out, see what the trouble is.
There's a ladder. There's a ladder on the
Sure.
the rope ladder. Use the ladder.
Oh, yeah. If we have one of those, I could use that as well, I guess. Ooh.
Well, if you want me to help, I can definitely help. I don't know much about ships, though.
We'll probably stand up the top and hold on just in case it, detaches.
Sure.
Chunky
I'll
lad.
throw a rope down just in case.
Perfect. Sean's gonna go grab the ladder. If it's detachable and movable, and
It's like a rope ladder, yeah.
Yeah. I'm imagining it's like
yeah.
a rope ladder where the
It's-
gangplank is that goes down in
Yeah.
a real specific place.
Yeah.
all right. You point me out where, and Wayne, I'll head down. That's there. All right. And Sean's gonna climb down the side of the ship and take a peek to see what was happening down that side.
Okay. Make a perception check with disadvantage.
Okie dokie. Garbage 9.
It's a little hard to see anything, to be honest. Between having like ice in the water and some kind of weird rocking motion and this loud noise, can't quite see what's going on. I mean, it sounds like you're definitely hitting something. That does make sense, but can't see what's really going on.
It's foggy and cold and foggy. I'm gonna try to run my hand along the side of the ship somewhere around there just to see if I can feel any scrape marks or damage or anything like that.
Oh,
Or if
yeah.
there's something actively pressing against it.
You both, probably both. You can feel definitely some fairly deep grooves in the side of the ship. That looks like it's damage that are recent. It's kind of like if you have a sander and you kind of drag it over a piece of wood on a specific area, you can just see that it looks different. It's just kind of like scraped all the way down, like all these like deep grooves of various different sizes and such. And you keep hearing that grinding noise, so I'm not quite sure what that means, but yeah.
Can I adjust the ladder to be closer to the grinding sound? Can I like climb up, move it? Like if I'm down there and I'm like, oh, it sounds like it's coming further up the ship.
Sure.
And basically move it closer and try to go down. Basically what Jean, or what I am imagining, what I assume Jean's figuring out, is that right now we're pressed up against something, but we can't see it because of the fog. So Jean's basically trying to go down the ladder to get to a point where he can like, oh, yep, there's like a rock or something here, or
Sure.
iceberg here, and try to figure out what that is and whereabouts it is. Yeah.
Sure, you can do it. So you spend a little bit of time trying to find out where this noise is really originating from, and then you crawl down, and it takes you a fair bit of time to really sort out what's going on. But then you start seeing this reef. It looks like there's some kind of darkened, rocky reef a little bit deeper into the water that's kind of scraping up against the ship right now. So right now it's just constantly hitting into the same spot, which is kind of bad.
Yeah. And it's mostly submerged, right? It's not like the reef is protruding up out of the side. Like
From what you
high
can
or
see, there's a little bit that goes over the water here and there, but
Yeah.
it's not quite like it's the whole. It's like it's not like an island. It's mostly underwater.
Okay. It's a reef of some kind, it looks like. Yeah. Whatever it is, it's down on this side, and seems mostly submerged, but it's high enough that a bit of it's sticking out. So, yeah, maybe more experienced sailor might be the way to go. But we also don't want to fall too far behind our allies, wherever the hell they've gone, right?
Well, they were behind us previously. They were following, but they were kind of.
Oh.
I'm a bit worried that they'll try and do the go slow.
Yeah, if they're behind us as well. Do we want to light some lanterns at the back? Just try to be a little more visible in this fog? 'Cause otherwise,
good.
if they just come riding up, we ain't got no lights on.
I could also try and like get rid of the fog around us, but it would take quite a lot of my. I know you don't understand magic very well, Mr. John, but it would take most of my like most powerful magic, although weird. I reckon I could. That's an odd feeling. I'm feeling very good today. I must have slept well.
I'm good for you.
But that's but like, you know, I could get rid of the fog, which seems kind of important now, but might not be important later to use the most powerful magic that I currently have worked out to do outside of home. So I think maybe we should just wait a bit. But I could also shift the ship a little bit if I like popped in the water and gave it a nudge with, you know, like as a whale, or, you know.
Yeah, I don't know if you'll be able to get under on that side as a whale, because the reef comes up quite high. But I mean, if you can do something to that effect, by all means. I'm gonna go start lighting those lanterns, because I don't want our allies to suddenly come hit us from behind. No idea.
Good idea.
There. All right.
You're in charge, Mr. John.
I'm gonna go light a couple lanterns.
Good idea. You set up a road flare, and you feel like that's probably as good as you can do. You also probably would put a lantern or so in the dinghy behind your ship, because that gives you a little bit more space that way around. So
yeah,
I'd say that's probably something that you would do too. Can Celeste, can you roll me not a D100, a D20, sorry.
Which one?
The D20.
Tom, did you pick up from my physical movements that I jumped off the ship and turned into a whale?
I didn't, but thank you. Yes.
What, this wasn't explanatory?
Sorry, I thought that was the mermaid behind that. I get confused sometimes, I don't know. I thought you were just doing dirty dancing. Fair. Alright, what did you roll, Celeste?
I got a 6 on the D20.
Cool, okay. You jump overboard, Ingmei? Are you jumping overboard on the left or the right side?
The opposite side to where I think the scraping is. I said the scraping's on the starboard side and on the port side, but which, left or right, I
So I'm just gonna call it right side. Because I can't remember.
Starboard.
Sure. So on the right side is where the situation is. So you're jumping off on the left side.
The left side, yeah.
Yes, okay. You jump into the cold water, but do you turn into a whale before you hit?
Before
Yes.
like I jump, turn into whale.
Okay.
So if there's like solid ground, then I'm in
So
trouble.
John is
but-
drenched in freezing cold water as he stands on the
His
ship.
lantern is lit.
You hear a
Your
large
lanterns.
splash as Ingwe jumps into the water successfully, and now you are in the water. What's your plan?
Perception first.
Okay, make a perception check. You don't have disadvantage under the water. The fog doesn't really affect that as much.
I meant just.
Also, I would assume that a whale can see in the dark under the water, but whatever.
Doesn't have dark vision.
I know, but it's
Whale.
also not immune to cold. And we already established that that's a thing that you can do. So, don't worry, you're fine. Fine.
21.
Okay. So you notice two things. First thing is that
Oh, sorry. 26.
Right. You still notice two things. So there's two things going on right now that could be potentially a problem. First thing is that the ship keeps banging into the same area, and it looks like it's done quite a bit of damage to the hull of the ship, actually, because it kept scraping, and now it's constantly every few seconds hitting the same spot. And it's a fairly sharp piece of rock that's doing that. So that's probably something you need to deal with. Second problem is that your anchor is currently stuck. When you dropped it, it somehow got lodged in a... It looks like almost like a little crevice between two rocks, where it just went straight down in the middle, and now you can't even see it, because it's inside this rock. So, there's two situations that are problematic.
So the first thing, because it solves both problems, is I would like to try and retrieve the anchor. Like I'd like to try and like.
But I would say that is probably going to be a dexterity check with your whale.
Dexterity whale, no
The
0.
finer mechanics and stuff.
Which is higher than Ingwe, but still, a 10.
10. It's not quite good enough. It is stuck, and it's a little hard to get that out. And as you try that, and you're pulling a little bit and such, you hear a noise. The sound of the scraping has changed. It now sounds a little bit more like a leak.
Am I still sleeping through all of this?
You probably just got to bed like this is like 5 minutes ago. So yes, for now at least I'd say that you are. Sean, you managed to put the lights up, and you notice that the other ship is still behind you, and it slows down. You can see the vague outlines of the ship maybe 100 feet away. And it seems to have stopped. And they also now have put lights up, so you can see where they are as well.
Hey! We got an issue! We dropped anchor! We're just calling out across the thing. We seem to hit a reef!
We'll drop anchor!
Alright!
And their ship has anchored.
John
Ordenfall.
John Ordenfall. Yeah. Nope. I don't have what I thought I had. John will just keep trying to get the attention, basically implying like, "Oh, we might need someone with a bit more experience over here to aid a little."
I'll try to see what I can do. The captain's sleeping.
Oh shit! So is ours.
What?
I said so is ours.
Sewing houses? What?
Just turn to the closest.
Sorry,
crew.
that was my bad ear. What?
Just turn to the closest crew next to me and just be like, I mean, you knew you were probably gonna die on the ship, right?
Oh, I've been waiting for it.
Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, cool. Alright.
I'm surprised we made it this far.
Keep trying to get their attention for me, please.
Right, okay.
Shuttle head back over towards wherever our anchor is, just looking overboard for Ingwe, trying to see what's going on there.
He goes back and starts yelling back and forth. It's not a very intelligent conversation going on, but
Good.
they're trying to communicate at least. Right. Anyway.
Whale has echolocation, so has blind sight for 120 feet.
There you go.
So I notice, definitely notice what is happening.
Yes. But you also rolled a 26, so you definitely would have anyway.
Yeah.
Yes.
Celeste's gonna be so upset with my captaining. Okay, I'm gonna do the like free willy thing. I'm gonna be like, shit.
Jumping over the... Oh, that's the ending.
Jump up into the ship, and then I'm going to like, Ingwe, and then
Okay.
bail like not very competent person.
You land as an Ingwe on the deck in front of a few very scared individuals who didn't realize that you could do that, but now they do, and now they are not peeing themselves next time.
You've seen me turn into animals before, haven't you?
It's pretty big. This is like a big fish flying towards me.
The ship has sprung a leak because we're banging into that reef over there on that sharp rock. Big problem. So I'm thinking that I formed an image while I was a whale of the like shape of the reef.
Sure.
Can I, from the deck, I'm going to cast a spell that requires seeing, but I want to try it, like you've said, that there's like, the fog's really deep, so I'm going to struggle to see, but I still want to cast the spell.
What are you casting? What are you trying to do?
I'm going to try and cast Wall of Stone.
Wall of Stone. Okay.
Yeah. To create I think I'm going to create like a different version of the same temple that I've been creating the whole time, but like my impression from being a whale, like my DM's description is there's like a reef there, and there's like a pokey out there that's poking into the ship, and so if I create like a big roundy thing, then the ship will just be banging against the roundy thing. We'll still have a hole to deal with, but the hole's not going to get bigger.
I mean, potentially yes. The problem here is that there's no room for you to put it between the ship and the thing right now. Because when you summon that, it doesn't like go in and then fill it out. It just kind of appears there, right? So you would need to move the ship out of the way at least first. If that
first,
is
I'm going to
the
move
scenario.
the ship out of the way, and then yeah. Okay.
This boating is fun.
Yeah. Okay. Everyone, come over here to the anchor rope.
All right.
It's gonna be real tricky. Mr. John, you're real strong.
I'll do my best.
We need to time this right, because at the moment we're sinking, because there is a big thing sticking into the boat. And we'll deal with that in a moment. But what we need to deal with right now is, shit. If I was a whale, I could have just moved the boat. I haven't planned this out very well. This is really difficult. Man, I wish there was a competent captain awake. Because... Oh! Got it. I've got it. I can make someone else a whale. And they can pull the boat. No, I can't concentrate on two things at once. That's not gonna work. Shit.
No, nope.
Okay. Can we just pull on the anchor rope real hard? Yeah, we gotta pull the anchor in so that we move away. Move away from. Got it. I've got it. Okay. I can get a wave to push us away, and then I can cast our port in the sea. Got it.
Ingwe
Right.
was inspired as well, just so you will know.
Woo! Thanks, Doc.
Okay, I got it. Okay, right, ready? On my mark, I want you to pull on the anchor rope and draw us in one chain.
Oh, okay. To clarify as well, DM, is the anchor attached to like a pulley system? Like, is it one of those where you?
There would be a
have
pulley
things in
system
war?
on there, so you don't have to pull it yourself. You have a machine to do that
Yeah,
with, or whatever
okay.
you want to call that, because that would there would be no way anyone could carry that.
Yeah,
But this helps holding the tension at least. So yeah, you can do that. So the plan is that they are pulling it up.
Wait for my mark! No, you're not pulling it up. You're gonna pull us closer to the thing. Ready? So I'm gonna cast on my mark. I'm gonna cast Tidal Wave.
Okay. And where are you casting it? On the right side to push it away, or the left side to push it around, or what are you doing?
I'm just reading spell descriptions real quick to make sure that I'm not gonna fuck us.
This is Celeste downstairs sleeping. Just suddenly the ship goes like this, and she rolls and just slams into the wall. That's a good sign.
Wakey, time to
Yeah.
breaky.
Finally, some sleep.
Creatures will be knocked prone, but it is 30 feet long and 10 feet wide. How tall is our ship out of the water?
I think it's about 30 feet from the water to the top.
Yeah, okay, so the 10-foot tall wave isn't gonna knock us terribly. Okay.
Terribly.
We just need a bit of distance. Okay. Ready? Go! And I'm gonna cast Tidal Wave.
Right.
One chain! Not more than one chain! And then I'm gonna cast Wall of Stone to create our little port in the ocean.
Okay, so you're pulling the thing and you're trying to create a wall. Okay.
And I'm creating a tidal wave to push us.
Right. So, the anchor doesn't really budge very much because it is still stuck within this reef below.
I want to pull the ship towards the anchor.
But, as I said, they can't really pull it much up because it's stuck.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Yeah.
All,
so they
all
can't
I,
pull it
all
up.
I want to do is move. So, like, I'm imagining the reef smacking into this point of the hull, and I move it, and then they go, ugh, and then the reef will be smacking into a different point of the hull.
Yeah, maybe. So what's kind of happening is, as far as I can understand, you're trying to push it away from the reef with
Just
the
needs
tidal
to move
wave.
5 feet.
Yep, but you're pushing it away from the reef,
Yes.
and then you're creating that wall next to it, right?
Yes.
Yes. So what's going to happen is the ship is right now like this, but the
Yes.
anchor can't move, so the boat's going to do this instead.
Oh, yes. Yes.
And that can get a little complicated. So can someone roll me a d20?
Your spell by all means.
Inspiration's like an add thing or like a reroll thing? I forget.
It's an add thing. It's an add a d6.
I won't do that. I rolled a 1 on the d20.
Right. Good to know.
Hell yeah.
The knocking sound gives way for a scraping sound that then starts to sound more like a cracking sound. As the ship moves, unfortunately, into the problem, not turns around from the problem. There is now a wall in the middle of the ocean
No,
on
like-
top
no,
of
like
this
a-
reef.
Like a temple. Like the
Yeah,
that's it,
there's
yeah.
a temple on the reef. This is halfway submerged. I don't think it's necessarily attached, as far as I understand. So if anyone were to knock it really hard, it probably would go into the ocean. But it is there for now, and it is holding it a little bit further away. Unfortunately, the front of your ship has some problems now. And
Surely
you're
that
definitely
woke me
taking
up.
water.
Surely that woke me up.
How many points of exhaustion do you have? You
I
have
don't
1
have any
point.
points of exhaustion.
You didn't sleep last night,
No, but I got a short rest.
but you didn't get a long rest.
No.
So that's
You have to
Very
roll
good.
for the exhaustions.
No, I don't think you have to roll for it. If you don't get a long rest, you still have a point of exhaustion, even if you get a short rest.
Well, then I have 1 point of exhaustion.
Roll a Constitution check.
Constitution check.
See if you can wake yourself up.
It's no 17.
Eventually, you do wake up after a little bit of time listening to the sound of running, cracking, some movement, whale sounds, and then some screaming back and forth between two ships. You get the idea that something's up.
Grab my cloak, unlock the door, and make my way upstairs.
But
Just complete panic upstairs in the fog. Ah.
all the crew members are just looking to someone to tell them what to do, and they're like screaming back and forth between the ship, and they're like holding their hands, and they don't really know what to do, and yeah, it's a mess.
Going to turn to the first person that I see. Go, what the bloody hell is happening up here?
We hit something.
Oh, shit. Going to-
Yeah, it's pretty bad. We're just waiting for the first mate to tell us. I mean, you're the captain. You can tell us what to do, but I don't know. He's been looking at it for a while now.
Go find someone who can give me a more detailed description of what's going on, rather than just we
That
hit
is-
something.
That is what they can tell you right now, because they can't see shit either. There's
I'm looking
fog
for one
everywhere.
of one of these.
Oh! Oh! Oh, Celeste! Good! Good you're here.
What the hell's happened?
Uh,
I was asleep
well,
for 10 minutes.
yeah, sorry. Well, it was long, it seems like ages. Seems like at least, anyway.
At least 4 hours,
So-
I was hoping the same.
Yeah. Feels like 4 hours. So, this is what's happened so far. It got real foggy. I checked my boots. The boots said it was going to be really foggy. I've never steered a ship in fog before, so I said throw the anchor overboard. We threw the anchor to stop, and then the reef smashed into this. No, then I jumped overboard and checked as a whale to see what had happened, and saw that the reef had punctured a hole in the ship. I got a wave to move. Well, the idea was to move the ship away, so that I could make a big flat wall, and the ship didn't move away; it just rotated on the spike that's in the side of the ship. And I also have put the temple there, so I mean, at least we have somewhere to go. Mostly when the ship sinks. No, but there's a hole in the ship. And, also the anchor's stuck. So we could cut it and move.
Yes. Cut the anchor, get someone to go downstairs into the keel, grab any sort of wood you can and plaster over the hole, start hammering it in. You said you could be a whale, right? Surely we can get some rope and you can drag us out once the anchor's cut.
I could do that. I could also get the water out, stop the water from coming in the ship. No, I'll be a whale.
Going to go to the crew, go find any bits of wood you can, go downstairs and start plastering the hole.
Oh, that's a good idea. And we start running
Bolt it over
downstairs.
and going to call out to Jean. Jean, get your axe, cut the anchor.
Yeah, okay.
And then I'm going to get a thing of rope. And I'm going to wait for Ingray to jump into the water. And I'm going to tie the other bit to the mast.
Right. All good. You make a general attack roll just to see how bad this is.
Me?
No, Sean.
Oh. I'm just throwing rope. How bad can it go?
I just want to see if he does a natural one.
You don't need to throw the rope. I'll put it in my mouth before
16.
I jump.
Okay, fine. You sever the rope that holds the anchor and the chain, and it's not a problem. You manage to dismantle it pretty quickly and pretty easily. Still have another anchor on the other side, so you're actually probably fine. And your anchor and the rope sinks into oblivion below.
Alright, now I'm going to tie one end of the mast, one end of the mast, and then as Ingwe jumps into water, I'll throw it across to him.
Yeah, no worries. Ingwe jumps into the water and becomes a whale, and he
Run up
starts
to the quarterdeck.
pulling. Yep. So which direction are you pulling in right now, Ingwe?
So I've seen the ship rotate like that, and that I'm going to continue the rotation.
Okay, so you continue the rotation to now you are pulling them and you're facing towards the other ship.
Yeah, that's
That
a
would
good
be
idea.
That would be the continuation of the rotation.
Yeah,
if you
yeah,
wanted to
back.
do that.
Yeah, so I'm going to keep going around to go backwards. Yeah, that's a great idea.
Not a problem. You manage to push the ship out of the way after a little bit of talking back and forth, and the scraping sounds and the noises stop. You manage to pull it out of the way. Without the anchor holding you in place, you're not actually in trouble. However, there is still obviously water coming into the ship, but you can hear the and they're working to fix the problem.
Once we are out of the reef, I'm going to cast message to Ingwe, and I'm going to say, keep pulling us for about another 500 to 600 feet, and then I'm going to run downstairs to see how the people are going with boarding up the holes and try and, if I can, help with mending, to just like stitch some of the outer splinters potentially, just kind of like stitch it together around the outside so that way it's not leaking in through those and we can just cover up a big gash.
I see. Let me just see here. So what level are you now? You're level 9. Can you roll me a d6 and multiply it by 9?
I'll roll a d6, but someone else has got to do the multiplication. 6!
Currently 6. So 6 times...
54.
Yeah. 54, so that would be... Like that. So you have only taken 40 points of damage from this little endeavor, because you managed to do that. And with that amount of mending, and with the help, I'd say that you can stop the leak from continuing to be a problem. If you get hit again, who knows? But for now, at least, it stops. Stops the problem currently.
Going to see if I can find some buckets and start handing them out to some of the crew. Saying, alright, start getting it all up, tossing it overboard.
They begin to make a water train, or what you want to call it, where they hand each other the buckets and throw it overboard. And yeah, it's not it's going pretty well when someone's in charge, but it also probably requires you to actually have been on a ship before. But yes, after a little bit of time, it seems like everything is okay again. You're now facing the other way, but that's a minor problem.
Back upstairs. It seemed to be out of immediate danger. I can't tell the full extent of the damage, but the hole seems to be plastered up. Good enough for now.
Wherever you are, I'm glad to hear it.
I'm just looking at the back of Sean's head. I'm like 5 feet away from him.
He's in the fog. He's like, you're somewhere.
That's
trail.
All right. Well, whoever's sailing, just tell me what you need me to do.
Maybe go and help the crew. They're passing buckets of water up, trying to get as much as we can out of the keel, out of the hull.
All right. Will do. John turns around. Oh, you're right behind me. Oh my. Okay. Cool. Oh shit. Hey.
Very well.
Lean over and see if I can pass message to Ingwe. Because he should only be about 40 feet away, because the rope is only 50 feet long, so he should only really be about 40 feet away.
So you can probably see him. The visibility is around 100 feet. That becomes the problem.
So Jean really can't, like...
Well, it's different because if you're in the front of the ship right now trying to see Ingwe following the rope, then he's not 100 feet away, so that's okay. But on the ship itself, the smaller version of fog is enough to obscure everything, because there's so many weird things going on the ship.
It was mainly for being able to cast message, because that's 120 feet, so I just wanted to make sure that he was still in range.
Yep, no problem.
Why has he got a dorsal fin?
I'm a whale!
Dogfish.
Like a chicken. I'll cast message and go,
Hey, Willie!
thanks for that, Ingwe. We seem to be out of the reef now. Probably be able to steer us out from here. Get us back on course.
Do you want me to be a whale and drag us? Do you want to? Where do you want to go?
I think I can probably write our course for now. Is it not freezing in there and dark? I mean, you can stay down there and drag if you want, but someone's going to have to steer regardless.
Your choice. I mean, I could probably do this for another, couple of 3 or 4 hours, and also, there's this real whales are awesome. I can be like, and then I can see everything. So, wow.
Quite catch that last bit, but
Sorry.
interesting.
I think it's called like locomotion or something.
Well, you only have 25 words, remember? Right.
Right. Well, you can stay down there if you want. But
Do you need me to steer? I'll come back.
No, it's fine. I think
You're steering?
Yeah, I think I'll I'm awake now anyway, so I can.
Yeah, I'll keep pulling. You just tell me. You just tell me where to go.
A little bit. All right.
Oh.
Back up to the quarterdeck and steer.
So, which direction are you steering in?
So given we hit a reef, I'm guessing that we are close to, and it was on the starboard side, I'm guessing we were close to the landfall near where Kronos was, so I'm going to steer us out towards the north, and then try and get us to hang towards west a little bit after, like,
Okay.
I don't know how many nautical miles it is, but
Okay.
for enough to get us into that center of that channel.
Okay. So you're going north, east, you said, from where you're currently pointing.
Northwest.
Northwest.
If we're looking at the map, because it goes to the west of where Kronos is here. Northwest.
It goes to the east.
Oh, east, sorry, yes.
So, currently you are heading northwest from where you are now. Okay.
Yeah, so I just want to steer us up enough so that we get into the center of that channel, and then from there we'll hang east.
Okay. You continue in that direction, and you seem to be clear of the obstacles in the water for now. It's still foggy as fuck, so you can't quite see where you're going, but you can definitely see the water starts to create this passage where you're kind of going in that direction. And that seems to be where you're going for now.
I'll just keep on that and just... I've got the sails at like quartermast, so we're not actually speeding through while it's really foggy. It's like quite slow.
I'm still a whale pulling the ship whichever way we go.
Yep, that's fine. So I'd say that your speed is pretty much normal kind of speed for that sense, but you can stop easily if you needed to. No problem. You continue down that line. What would you like to do?
I'm just keeping my eye out currently.
Yep.
Going to be trying very hard to concentrate and just maybe just say, Jean, can you please bring me a coffee? Maybe 3 of them in 1 cup.
Yep, I'm on it. I've just been throwing my sentry off the side of the ship and catching it after everything's been sorted.
Right.
No.
How are you holding up this morning?
Yeah, tired, but pushing through. I've had sleepless nights before, so, energy-wise, I've been here before. Mentally, just trying to remain distracted. Self?
Essentially the same. Thought I'd be able to get a couple hours in this morning, but fate is of the plans, as it often does.
Yep. Yes, it does, apparently.
It's our green friend.
John raises an eyebrow. Oh. V green. Oh.
No, what?
No. Oh.
I don't think he's actually green, though.
Yep.
I've met him fleetingly.
I think he's more of a bay. You know what? We'll confirm when it's not foggy. But yes, okay, I'm following you now.
Where are they?
Oh, where are they? Oh, sorry, they're sleeping down in the hole. I don't know. They've been sleeping a lot. I think just being that old, really gets to them. They gotta rest about as much as they stay awake. I taught them a lesson with it, so hopefully they'll learn in future. We can be a little more alert and awake and up.
Shoring?
Hmm.
Anyway, you are gonna have some trouble continuing pulling the ship at the moment because it's starting to get a little more narrow. You can continue if you want to, but it is up to you. There's not a lot of depth in these waters. But if you continue, you can.
It's getting shallow.
Yes.
It's still tiny compared to the ship. Not tiny, but
Yeah, and there is room for you to continue. You just have to be aware of the situation.
yeah, I think Ingway's really enjoying the different, just not necessarily pulling really hard, trying to be helpful, awkwardly helpful, which is what you said before. We're just Celeste is being I'm gonna go conservative speed, and Ingway's I'm gonna be helpful. Sometimes more helpful, sometimes less helpful, but we just go normal ship speed. Because Ingway's just what the fuck is this ability where you can just see everything? And just gonna really enjoy a new perception and maximize that to the detriment necessarily potentially from a just oh yeah.
Great, no problem at all.
So that's 4 hours.
Yep. You'll continue that for 4 hours. That's noted.
And then if we're gonna continue traveling, we'll just DM option for us to get randomly ambushed. No? Okay, good. After 4 hours, anyway, I'd be that was wow. Yeah.
Welcome back.
Is there any food? Food. I'm pretty hungry. I feel like I've been carrying everyone a whole ship. Nah, I haven't really, to be honest. Quite
get on
hungry,
it.
though.
Sean heads down and just starts preparing food. This time, not making a soup with chicken that then removes the chicken pieces for Ingwe, but now has a better idea and actually makes something without meat in it whatsoever, or the use of meat in any way.
Yeah. And so then Ingwe's like adding meat to the soup. Like you've like done the real effort to be like, I'm gonna make it real like, cheese. Nah, cheese. Actually, it's not. It's not meat. I think that's the like there'll be
Tofu.
cheese around, and he's just like
Tofu.
adding cheese. But no, definitely animal products. Because now Sephiroth is here, and he's like
He's eating people over in the
actual.
corner.
Yeah.
He's like, just checking out the crew. Fair. Right.
This wow, and then it describes like the psychedelic dream of it being a whale underground in a trench that's getting shallower.
You know, it's this point where you start eating and stuff that it's very foggy, but you do start to see a bridge forming. And as you approach that, you can have your food. You can chill down and you can talk and such.
I want to see if I can lock eyes on the other ship.
It's still following. You can see the lights are helping a little bit with the lanterns.
Still there.
Yeah, Jean would have left.
So I couldn't hear that.
Jean would have left the lanterns be if they were in
Yeah.
the back of the ship. Yeah.
All good. That's what I thought was going to happen. Okay. So you begin to pass underneath this bridge, and you continue down this passage that you're heading onto. Is there anything that you would like to do?
Jean's still playing with his axe.
Have a short rest.
You can have a short rest if you want. Celeste, would you like a rest?
I wouldn't like a rest, but I've got to keep steering.
Right.
Unless
Well-
that doesn't count as anything strenuous.
You could have a meditation situation next to someone steering, because that could still work as long as you're not doing anything.
Well, now that I've eaten and spent an hour or so downstairs, do you trust me to have another go? Is it still foggy?
Very.
Maybe.
Can I just add, as someone who has both driven a boat and sat next to someone while they drove a boat who has less experience, neither of those are not strenuous activities. Not at all.
True. Fair.
I mean, you can rule otherwise, but I'm just saying from my experience.
I also imagine that they're
Rest.
like quite like, you know, when you're out in the fog and you just got like droplets of like condensation, so she's there like shivering in, well, I mean, she's got the cloak of embers on, but she's still just like with her
Fair.
hands on the wheel, like trying very, very hard to concentrate on not falling asleep.
Well, anyway, you managed to have a short rest in the meantime, and you're continuing whatever you're doing. Celeste is trying not to fall asleep. And after a little bit more time, you see another bridge starts forming in the periphery where you're going. It is still incredibly foggy because that was a 2. So that's pretty bad, but you managed to keep the ship in the middle of this passage, at least for now, and seems to be okay. You are getting very tired, and if you want to continue from this point, Celeste, you have to make a Constitution saving throw.
18.
Okay, so you don't get another point of exhaustion, but you are definitely feeling it right now. But for now,
Fingers frozen.
you're good.
I think what we might do is maybe you could maybe if I steer and watch out and then just you hang up here maybe I can take over a little bit because I actually am quite now that I've steered in the fog for a while. I've steered in the fog before, so maybe I could have a go, and you just hang rather than doing your sleep thing.
I do appreciate that, and it is true that you have steered in the fog before, but you did also run into
Crash
a
into the
reef.
reef. Yeah, no, but learning. I've learned.
I might try and hang on for a couple more hours just until we're out of the channel and more into the open ocean. It should be easier then.
Okay, well, okay.
Okay. Right.
Play with the foxes.
Press on for another hour, another 2 hours. And then you see a third bridge.
Which one is that?
Good question.
There's only 2 bridges.
So currently, you're approaching what appears to be a Y intersection. On the left side, there's a bridge. On the right side, there seems to be continuing a passage.
This. Can I refer to the charts?
You can certainly try.
And anyways, like, I thought we were going. I thought there was 2. I mean, I'm a bit confused about all of this stuff, but I thought there was only 2 bridges. What? Why is there another bridge? Where are we?
Entirely sure that there were only 2 bridges, at least as far as I knew. I've lost the maps channel for some reason. Can't find my map.
It should be under the World Lawyer.
In there.
Probably should open Discord and have a look.
Oh, there it is.
I have an idea of what's happened, but Sean's also completely oblivious, not paying attention. Fuck, it's one of his acts. So he's just. I trust him.
I really like that. Like, I really like that. Jacob, no idea what's going on, and Ingwe is aware. Sharok knows what's going on. John, not aware.
Yep.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting.
It's I think.
But currently, you're at a Y intersection, and you can either go left under another bridge, or you can go right. Or you can stop.
Standing at the front of the ship looking out, does Jean see this thing at the front, this Y intersection?
Maps.
Yes.
Is there some sort of large structure for it?
No.
Yeah, Sharok doesn't know what's going on.
There isn't any large structure on it. It just looks like a large bridge made of stone.
Oh, I'm talking on the intersection in between. So not down either path, but on the landmass in front of us. So correct me if I'm wrong, we're going forward, it splits into a Y. There's a bridge on the left, you said, correct?
Yep, correct.
And then the right path is open. But
Yes.
the landmass in between, there's nothing that we can see on it. No
Nope.
structure. Oh, okay.
No,
Yep.
there doesn't seem to be anything sticking out except for these bridges. That seems to be strange.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, no, I think. Cool. Yeah, John doesn't know that, so good luck, everybody else.
Hang
All
on.
the best.
Hang on. I was a bit distracted when the ship went through the portal last time. Do you think that we could have gone through one of those portals while we were playing? Because this isn't right.
I think so. I think that we've potentially taken a wrong turn somewhere.
But we've just been going straight down this channel, right?
So we were heading west. Sorry, east. Fuck. Can you get my left confused? We're on the east coast of Australia, and we're to the east.
Complicated.
Side?
What direction are we traveling in currently?
What direction you're traveling in?
Oh, north, south, east, or west? What,
North.
Which way we? Traveling north.
He got real fucked up because he already messed up the steering before you got to that point. So you have no idea which way you were actually turning when it all began.
No, I would have. Because when we started, I started steering us towards the east, down the channel.
Yeah, from where you were pointing.
But no,
Which-
east would have been.
Yeah, but we're in the fog.
Yeah.
So-
So in the fog, he
I
got turned
turned-
around a bit.
I turned us
And then I asked-
all the way around.
And then I asked which direction you were going in from where you were, and then the direction you were giving me from where you were was towards where you're going now.
Oh, we're back at the. We're
Confused
back
because we
at
would have been going east.
nah, because it's the fogs. So we can't, because these tools that we're using rely on the stars, and that
No,
we can't see the stars.
No, because I always know the direction of. North,
Right,
south, east,
okay,
west.
yeah. Sorry, you didn't specify that when we got at that point, sorry. So I was just going from the direction that you were currently in, so the direction that you wanted to go in there.
I'm so confused. I'm
Right.
so confused.
If your car is turning towards left, but it's
Mhm.
actually turning towards right, and then you start turning, you're turning in the wrong direction, and you're going somewhere else.
We're back at the first bridge. There's not 3 bridges. This is the first bridge.
Oh, okay. So you.
No,
I was gonna say no.
there is 3 bridges.
There's
I'm just
3
gonna throw
bridges.
this out there. Character knowledge, we probably haven't figured this out. But from what I think, we're heading up one of the channels in Shadownon right now. And we are at the intersection not too far past Skjoldeland. I'm probably pronouncing the hell out of that. We're at the Y intersection there. If we go right, we'll end up at Mjoltra. That's Chirac's knowledge. Again, Jean's at the front just going, whee!
Thanks, because Ingway's actually referring to that map.
That's purely my guess as to what happened.
Also, we're not in that. When you say channels, we're like, and we got and Ingway, we're in a river, like in a channel. I got it. We're in like a fjord.
We're up
They're
to a
pretty,
third
they're,
bridge
they're pretty
possibly.
big, like these channels. Like it's not like you would just be like, oh, this is a small river. It's not a small river. It's like
No,
a
it's not a
passage
river. It's
that
like
takes ships.
it's an ocean passage. Yep.
Yeah,
It's like a
So it's-
sound. A sound would be probably the word.
it's very similar in size to what you were supposed to pass, at least wherever you are.
Big clip back. Yeah. Okay. Got it.
Right.
So we were further east than you thought we were, Celeste, and actually we went north. And if we go right, we're going to. Should we turn around? Where are we even heading?
Very familiar with the waterways in this part of the world.
Well, you can see on this map that we have.
I don't know where we are.
I mean, I don't know where we are, but I think that we're just west of Scotland, Stjove and London. We passed Fexeland.
Right.
We're in Shadownon.
So tired. Let's just see if we can turn this ship around. I'm going to have to make a berth though. Judging by the channels in here, we should be able to continue up towards the north. Then when we pass that second bridge, turn towards the right. So then turn towards the east and come out.
Come out at Farrenwald.
Or we can just try and turn it around here, but I don't know how wide these channels are.
The one you're in for now, at least, looks like you potentially could try to turn around. It is a bit narrow here, but it's not like a river, like I said. It's wider than that. And you could probably turn around if you wanted to. Or you can continue.
Right. Going to see how far behind us, if at all, the other ship is.
It's a little further behind, maybe a 200 feet or so.
I am going to throw up a scorching ray into the skies, 260 feet, so that hopefully it cuts through the fog. And then I'm going to call out, drop anchor.
But they follow your instructions.
Right, raise the mast. And then I'm going to start turning the ship.
What's happening? Why are we stopping?
And Shadow on Jean.
The hell weird. Oh, what? Yeah.
I don't know. I'm tired. I got distracted. Got off course.
I wonder if the others are even still behind us.
Yes, they are about 200 feet back.
Oh.
So I threw up. This hopefully give them some warning that we were stopping.
Fair enough.
It takes some time, but the ship does turn around, and there's enough room for you to navigate around. It's possible.
Right. Raise the anchor again.
Gets pulled back up, no problem, not stuck.
Half mast. Going south.
Right. So you're continuing backwards where you came from. A little slower than before. You don't have a whale pulling you, and the wind isn't as much in your favor. It's actually against you a bit, but it's working. You're kind of going in the direction. Takes you a little bit longer than before, but you do end up getting to where that second bridge was.
Do we pass the other ship?
Yes, you would have to.
I'm going to just go, sorry about that.
Where are we going? What is this?
If we're taking the scenic route, just turn around and come back. I wanted to see something.
Oh, I see. Oh, she knows what she's doing. Manage to pass
I've
it
always
around.
wanted to go to Shadownon. Tick off my bucket list. Let's go.
The journey continues, and you get closer to the first of those two bridges on the way out. And you can hear the sound of war drums around you. Doesn't sound like it's close, but it sounds like it's close enough for you to hear that something's happening around here. But nothing seems to hinder you, nothing seems to pop out around you. And you continue towards the second bridge. And as you continue, the war drums kind of dies off a bit. After about another 6 hours, I think I need another Constitution saving throw from you, Miss Celeste.
So tired, my eyes are falling out of my head. 18.
You managed to pull it off and managed to steer all the way back into the ocean. Which way would you like to go now?
We are going east. So to the left.
Right. You correct your steering, and it doesn't take more than a few hours for you to see a bridge that looks a little bit more familiar, maybe, now that you've studied them a little. But if you want to continue from here on, I need another Constitution saving throw per hour.
How is the weather?
It's not very windy. It's a little windy. Still crazy foggy, but the weather itself is not too bad.
Maybe, Miss Celeste, if you still don't think I can steer, I think I can steer. But if you don't think I can steer, maybe we should just stop.
It's fine. We need to keep going.
Okay, well then let me steer.
I think it might be. It's just straight from here. Just keep going. Just keep going straight from here. Does anyone on the ship have a compass?
Yeah.
No, no. It's on the other ship.
What?
'Cause you
I
might
can go
miss
look for
something.
one. I can go see if I can find one in the captain's quarters or something.
Good idea, actually. I'm just thinking, we can't see stars, and I just want to make sure we don't get off course again. If I'm
Ooh.
sleeping, I can't. Where am I going? I just want to make
Well-
sure that we don't stray too far off to either side.
Of course, I'll go see if I can find one.
So
Question,
you did already
oh.
ransack the area, so you know that there isn't one in the captain's quarters because you would have found that already.
Quick question, Celeste. What's a compass?
It's a round thing with arrows on it, and it uses the magnetic forces from the Earth's poles to determine which way north is. Like magic, except not at all magical.
Alright, round magic thing with arrows. Got it. John will go. He hasn't looked in the thing, but he's going to check there, and then if he finds nothing there, he's going to check other parts. Just everywhere. He's going to go to the navigation, wherever the charts are, to see if there's maybe a table with drawers there, and check there as well. He'll check the crew's quarters everywhere. He's just going to.
Oh, good. It takes you a bit of time to look for these things. The only thing that you can find that's remotely similar is a one of those little, I can't remember what they're called, one of those little things you use to navigate by the stars. But not-
Sextant, I think they're called.
Yes, that one. That's
He's
the only
got it.
thing. The compass itself, you gather that maybe the captain just had it with him. You're not quite sure. Or maybe there was a navigator specifically for the ship that had one. When you took off originally, you had one crew, so that could also be that this ship doesn't necessarily have one.
He had magnetic machine. He probably had it on him. Alright. I found this as closest I can find.
Oh. Yeah, keep this actually. It's of no use to us right now, but it's a good item to have.
I mean, I don't know how to use any of these, but we were allowed to choose some different tools, and I chose these ones when I left home. Is any of these a compass?
What am I looking
Like
at?
a wood saw and a whistle.
No, I took navigator's tools.
Oh, right.
As my like starting equipment.
Well, then, yes, there would be a compass in there.
Oh, would you look at
A
that?
set of instruments is used for navigating at sea. I thought I was good at sea things. That's why I've been so confident. I do not have proficiency with the tools.
I know. Well, you just whip out
Or
a
the
compass.
steering of the ship.
As John comes back, like, oh, I've searched everywhere, and think was like, oh, does this help?
I've got
Oh,
these
well,
like
I've got one in my pocket the whole time.
Yeah, literally.
Right, well,
John was looking for a magic thing. I don't have any magical sea things, but my auntie Elma, she used to tell these really great stories about when she was a pirate, and it's like the pirate flag, except the pirate flag we have is different, kind of was like. Anyway, is one of these a compass?
oh yes, this one right here. She plucks it out of there. She'll hold it up. Is it working?
Yes.
Right, see where this arrow's pointing? See how the arrow's pointing kind of off a little bit towards the left. So what we want to do, she'll turn it and the arrow stays in the same spot. Because we want to follow it. So we want to keep going this way and keep that arrow there. Try not to have it move around too much as you're steering. So as long as we keep going that direction and the arrow stays in that position, we should be fine.
Got it.
Right. I think I need to go and lie down.
You can have complete confidence in me.
I don't think I have a choice.
Very well.
Almost like she's
Well.
drunk, like holding onto the rails as she's like stumbling down from the quarterdeck, like, oh my god.
Oh, good. Ingway's taking over steering. Celeste is going for a nap. Okay.
What could go wrong?
Not a thing. Not one.
I'd say that for the next duration of this travel, you continue in the right direction. You've gotten a little bit of guidance from Celeste in the direction you're going, and you also have a compass to aid you. And you're also going into a passage that you literally cannot miss. So, for now, you're alright. The day passes very slowly. Celeste can have a long rest.
Regain my half hit points that I'd lost the night before.
And you manage to navigate through the majority of this passage. You're not quite clear of the second bridge yet, but it is getting pretty late at this point in time.
Don't let the needle move. Don't let the needle move.
So what is your plan? Are you trying to steer through the night, or are you getting someone else to steer? Are you dropping the anchor? What is your plan?
I'm really hoping that Celeste will wake up at some point and be like, "Yo, Wingway, good job. You haven't completely messed us up."
Theoretically, she only needs 4 hours, so...
Yeah.
But with
That's
level
my
2
plan.
exhaustion, I'd say she's probably sleeping for knowing Celeste, sleep for a couple extra until either she wakes up naturally at like 11 p.m. after going to sleep at like 5 p.m. or someone comes wakes her up.
Right.
Nah, John, it's all right. I can steer through the night. Don't wake Miss Celeste up. I'll be right.
Oh, I'm going to bed myself. Actually, is what I came to tell you. I didn't sleep last night, so if you need anything, come wake me. But I'm going to catch some Z's myself.
Is true. You also need to roll 2 Constitution saving throws.
Huzzah! First one, natural 20. Woo!
All
Second
good for the
one,
first one.
Second one's hot trash. 9 total.
So you get a second point of exhaustion then.
Woo.
But you can go to bed and get rid of 1 at least.
My speed halved. Disadvantage on ability checks. Shall slowly.
John really can't see shit now.
Yeah.
Explains it all.
I'm feeling like I need a rest, but weirdly, I still feel like I could cast another really powerful spell. It was a really good sleep last night. I think I can power through.
Well, let me know if you want to cast a really powerful spell.
So unless anything happens, Les will wake up at like 11 o'clock.
Yes. So you spend a little bit of time doing what you're doing. You spend probably the majority of the day, to be honest. So 11, you mean in the morning?
Midnight.
No, at night, like around midnight. If she went to sleep at night time, sleep for a couple extra hours.
Let me just think here. So, yeah, it's probably more close to 2 at night at this point after your rest, because of how long you actually spend going the wrong direction.
Right, then 2 o'clock in the morning she'll wake up.
Because it took you 6 hours to get from the first bridge pretty much out. So, yes, so 2 at night.
I feel much better.
Follow the yellow.
Make my way down to the kitchen first and grab myself some coffee.
Right.
Careful not to step over what.
There's some other people who's been drawing penises in the back of his shield as well. Not just one.
Awesome.
It's like a whole thing.
I wonder if that's sort of a cultural thing from the cave. Markings of a warrior or something. What do they say about the army? The more penises you have, the higher your rank.
What paint?
I'll get myself a coffee and then come upstairs.
Radio?
My cloak on. Oh, good morning, Ingwe.
Good morning. Good morning. It's nice to see your face today.
It's still very foggy.
Yeah,
Yes.
I can't really see your face.
Actually, someone roll me a d20. Because now we're past midnight, so technically it's another day.
Who's gonna do it? Who's gonna do it?
I can do
Looks
it.
like Jacob's doing it.
17.
It seems to be clearing up a bit. Still pretty early in the morning, so fog is a general thing on the sea, I guess. But yeah, it looks better.
Nothing to report then. Everything went swimmingly.
I think I'm working on making the steam go in like. Sorry. Follow. No, nothing. It was good. I've done it. I think that we're in the right place now. We're just approaching the next bridge.
Are we still travelling east?
Yes.
Because I always know the direction of north.
I know. Just have to remind me sometimes,
Right.
sorry.
Okay, just making sure.
Well, I mean, you were exhausted when it happened, so you know that.
You happy for me to leave you now? I'm feeling much better if you wanted to go and get some sleep, or you're more than welcome to stay up here for a bit longer if you wanted to.
Yeah, I might just give myself a refresh. Had to check that I was doing the right things. I'm still learning how to be a ship's first mate. Steer, pilot, captain, no pilot.
Navigate.
Yeah.
No, you did a remarkably good job. I didn't wake up to any bumps in the night, which I appreciate.
Always good when we don't bump into things, isn't it?
Yes. Really good job, but I'll take out from here if you want to go. I think there's still some soup left downstairs, or if you can just head off to bed, if you'd like.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking, because I've been here for a while looking at the white, like telling myself stories. Just was wondering. Nah, maybe another time.
Right.
Well, you know, I come from a place that has quite strict rules, and I think the more I'm a bit confused at the moment, because the more I experience the world, the more I see why it's important to have strict rules.
Right.
The people that I meet, that I love and respect the most, also really value freedom. And I'm just trying to think about whether how important the value of freedom is.
Comes down to the intent behind the freedom. Freedom to own slaves doesn't mean freedom for the slaves themselves. I think it's all rather bundled up together. One person's freedom might mean another person's attitude. Or intent behind it.
Yeah, so like Sapphirus eats people that you would consider people, which is a different value, and then you and Mr. John are like quite disgusted by that, but for me, I'm just as disgusted by Sapphirus eating people as I am Mr. John eating people. They're like the same, similar, equivalent.
Perception.
And yeah, but then I've been eating. I did like a good. I haven't eaten any people on this ship until today when I got tired, and I recognized that it made me better at being a good team member if I would eat people. No, not people I ate cheese and bacon, and like I know that you don't think they're people, but I do. So
Cheese isn't a person regardless.
you're right, but it does come from people. Like it's denying the infant. It's anyway. It's beside the point.
I don't want to make you do anything that you're not comfortable doing.
But what if you're uncomfortable doing more than one thing that are like conflicting?
So it's up to you to decide which one you're more uncomfortable doing, and about searching the reasons why behind it. Perhaps there's a common thread for you to follow back.
Mm. Good thoughts. Thanks for that.
Time. I know it's very confusing. I mean, I've been here 80 years and I still have trouble sometimes adjusting to the way of the world, so... There are some parts of the world where I'm intruding on people's sacred ceremonies by trying to save someone's life. It's all an adjustment process.
Yeah, and I suppose, like when you go home, do you think that you'll be different?
Oh, absolutely. I think also not only will I be different, but everything about me will be different, and my goals and motivations for returning home are entirely different than they were even 6 months ago. Another 6 months, I believe they'll probably change and evolve from there. Again, it's the reasoning behind it.
Yeah, I think that's the struggle for me is that like the reason why I'm supposed to be here is to figure out why the rules are important, and I kind of figured that out on day 7, and then was like, yep, I get it. And then the longer I've stayed out, the more the rules don't seem sensible going home.
Have to return home, do you?
If I want to, yeah, no, plenty of people don't. Most people don't. Most people don't, and only the people that return home. Usually, only the people that return home are the ones that want to be part of the values and follow the rules. That's the point. They don't want people to stay who don't want to follow the rules. So you're free to go, but they also don't want people to come back if they don't want to follow the rules.
Therein lies your decision.
Yeah, well, some occasionally people come back and try and change the rules.
Point though, the point is to follow their rules.
That's what they told us. But the world's more complicated than they told us too. So I wonder if the rules have changed. I wonder how many times the rules have changed.
Perhaps if we ever find your mother, we can ask her. Perhaps she'd have some insight to share with you as well.
I don't even know who my mother is.
Just one more step on an exciting journey for you.
When you say find my mother, I know where she is. I just go home, but then, man, that sucks. I don't have to find where my mother is. I have to find who my mother is.
difficult conundrum to have, I suppose. The woman that you've known your entire life, she'll always be your mother, but it's about blood now and whatever loyalty you have to that. Not a thread you have to follow either, but
Who's my real mum? My blood
that's
mum,
that.
or my parent?
I consider you my family, even though I've got a far away from here. You don't have to choose one or the other, it can be both.
Mm.
My sister has two mothers.
Hmm. Well, I think I've been watching this fog too long.
Sleep.
Yeah.
Head will feel clearer in the morning. Say about dreams, it's often the brain's way of trying to decipher complex problems that you thought about during the day, so perhaps your dreams will also be able to provide some insight.
At the moment, my dreams just keep making things more complicated.
Let's have a habit of doing that. Rest well, either way.
Good night.
Ingwe goes to bed, and you continue steering. And that's where we'll have our break, I think. Fitting point in time.
Oh, yeah.
So we're gonna have a short break, and then we'll be right back afterwards to see wherever we're going now. If we're going backwards.
No! No!
Anyway, let's see you in a moment.
Boy!
Bye.
Boy! Oh my god, hi! Sorry, I totally didn't see you there. I was too busy hanging out in our Monsters and Mayhem Discord server. Hi, I'm Laura, your friendly neighborhood gremlin, and today I'm here to talk to you about the Monsters Mayhem Discord server. Monsters Mayhem Discord server can be found by typing !Discord over in the chat. Over at the Discord we do cool things, like tonight's one-shot. That's right, the cast from today's one-shot were plucked from our Discord like an orphan off the street. So if you want to come and hang out and play Dungeons & Dragons, come do that. We also have not streamed one-shots if you don't want to be broadcasted to the entire internet. We also do that as well. Our mods run kind of one-shots and things like that. Or maybe you're looking for people to play your home game, or looking to form a group of players. Come do that as well. You can poach awesome D&D players from our Discord server. We allow poaching, which is really cool. Or maybe you're a gremlin, like me, who stays up way too late looking at the subtly glowing white screen, trying to finish quests in video games, and you are just left counting down the hours until you have to wake up in the morning, just constantly glancing at the clock and trying desperately to finish that quest before the timer runs out, and then you wonder why you're always tired because you stay up until the sunlight starts creeping through the window. If that's the case, we also have games nights every Tuesday. Come along and play group games with us. You also have the chance to win cool prizes, which is really cool, just for showing up. We have like a leaderboard, and if you show up, you get put directly on the leaderboard. And then if you're a pleasure to play with, or if you win the game, you get points, and those points count towards winning prizes, which is really cool. Or maybe you like dogs and cats and reptiles and llamas. I'm totally serious about the llamas. That's the thing. We have really cool photos of those all up on our Discord channel too. So come look at those. And food. Who doesn't like food? We have lots of photos of food. So if you like recipe ideas, come and hang out and look at those. And we also celebrate birthdays. If it's your birthday, we'll
be like, oh, it's your birthday, you're awesome, we love you. So come and do that on our Discord channel as well. Or do you like dice? Can I tempt you with dice, maybe? We have this innate urge inside all of us as Dungeons & Dragons players or tabletop RPG players to collect dice and hoard them up like a dragon. And we post photos of those hoards and really pretty dice and links to where you can buy them if you want to strain your bank account. So come do that if you want to be tempted to blow your life savings. Maybe you play Dungeons & Dragons and have a really cool character concept, or tabletop RPG, really cool character concepts, and you want to share those character concepts with people who will totally nerd out with you about those. Come do that. Or maybe you have a home game and you have this really cool plot point that you want to talk about. Come do that. We really want to hear those stories as well. Just don't let Tom hear any of them because we don't want to give him any ideas, because for reasons. So yeah, come hang out in the Discord server. Lots of really cool people. We're all really friendly, and if you're not friendly, you get a ban. So it's moderated, it's really active. Come hang out with us. We really want to hang out with you. So yeah, do that. Hang out with us. That's it. That's the ad. That's all I have to talk about. I mean, I can keep talking if you want me to. Do you want me to keep talking? I can. What can I talk about? I can talk about that. Oh, that weird growth that I found living under our kitchen sink. That's a cool story. Oh, or I can tell you the story about how Tom found rats and they were like stealing his forks, which is apparently a true story. Like the fork thief. That's really cool. Or I could talk about the time in the campaign where we realized that the big bad evil guy all along was actually this guy named...
Monsters and Mayhem is sponsored by Miniporium.net, a huge selection of highly detailed miniatures for any tabletop role-playing game. Check out the beautiful miniatures, and if you use the code MAYHEM, all capital letters, at checkout, then you receive a 30% discount.
The following ad read was written by artificial intelligence, also known as AI. We here at Monsters and Mayhem do not endorse any outlandish or nonsensical statements as written by this robot, but we hope you enjoy nonetheless. Hi there. Do you love Dungeons and Dragons? We do too, what a coincidence. That's why we created Monsters and Mayhem, the Twitch channel for all of your tabletop RPG needs. Our campaigns are sure to get your heart racing, and our other content is sure to keep you entertained for hours on end. So come and join us today. Do you have what it takes to be a monster? Subscribe to our Twitch channel to share the love and gain eternal power and immortality. With new videos every week, you'll be able to learn everything there is to know about being a monster. We've got you covered, so come over and join the mayhem. It's been a blast exploring all the gory details of monster mythology with you. I hope you had as much fun as I did. If you want to keep the fun going, you can use your Amazon Prime account to get a free subscription to our channel, or become a hero and gift a sub to another follower. Thank you for staying tuned, and until next time, stay scared!
I'm out of space.
There we go. Welcome back from our short break. Let's see if we can navigate towards the right direction without any more problems.
Better sleep now.
There.
Much more.
Hmm.
It's less smoggy if the environment is not.
Yes. So it's more clear today, so you don't have too much of an issue seeing where you're going. You probably travel for a few hours before I think everyone else gets up, because you've been doing this through the night and they've been pretty much sleeping. So those of you who had a long rest, you can have a long rest. Sean still has 1 point of exhaustion because you unfortunately rolled really poorly. But I'd say for now that it is the next morning at least.
Ghost is up there singing to herself.
John's cooking away breakfast.
Well, it's a very clear day. You can pretty much see as far as you'd hope for. You can even see the outskirts of Itna, far off in the distance, but on the right direction. Is there anything in particular that you want to do during this morning routine?
Not for Celeste. I think she'll primarily just stay up there. If someone brings her food, she'll be grateful.
Yeah.
I think you ended up.
Issuing orders.
Yeah, I think you ended up muting yourself there for a second.
Me? Is it
You're
good?
back now. Yeah, half of
was
your
just
sentence
in
disappeared.
the audio.
Maybe.
Oh.
Yeah. It's all good now.
Oh no, my headset's doing the thing again. Hold on. Yeah, so if someone were to bring up food, she'll be grateful. She'll just be issuing orders out to people on the deck. Clean this up.
Very well. They
Fold
did,
the
yeah.
towels.
Fold the towels. Yeah, I got to fold the towels. That's the most
Right.
important thing.
That's
That's why I play D&D. Right. You instruct people to do the things they need to do, and you are doing pretty good at that. So, you continue your journey without any sort of hindrance for now, at least. Would
Are we
any of
coming
you...
up to the ice field soon?
So I'm just going to check what you mean with the ice fields.
To remember that when we were navigating here last time, there were quite a few icebergs. In
Right,
the water.
yes. Yes, you are definitely getting into that region now. It is a little bit easier now because last time there was a really big storm, but today it's actually quite clear, so you have a little bit of an easier time navigating it. So I'd say that if you push on through the night, you probably could reach Itna by morning, if you wanted to.
Also, whoever is at the front of the ship, I'm also going to ask them to keep an eye out for flying sharks in this area.
Yes. Doesn't seem to be anything obstructing anyone's view or getting in your way. If there's anything in particular you want to do, you can definitely do that during the journey. But if you also want to skip ahead, you can continue to the next morning. You can all have another long rest. Yep.
If we're going to do a whole day, I will try. So I'm assuming like I'll take over for a little while and we'll get a long rest, and then I'll be heading to bed. And I'm going to burn spell slots doing scrying and locate object.
Let's go. So, locate object. Let's start with that one if that's what your interest is.
Like a 3rd level, not very useful spell.
What are you scrying on?
The scrying is my 5th level spells that I'll do before bed.
Okay. How many 5th level spells do you currently have?
Officially 1, but
so you have
now 2. You have 2.
Okay. So,
I think I would only use 1. I think I'll burn all my 3rd level spell slots to like find
things that are like attached to people that are related to the pirates. So I'm trying to find Celeste's pirates.
There is a range on that, as far as I
Yeah.
understand. So, the range is how many? How much is the range on that?
So from a like find
Locate object.
locate object, it's 3,000 feet. Beyond 3,000 feet, it just do a direction of the nearest object. So I'm imagining I'm like, that interesting looking button, and then it'll find an interesting looking button.
So,
And if they're really close, it'll find that one.
okay, what are you casting? What give me some examples of the things that you're specifically looking for.
So there was. So in terms of locate object, I'm like locating like buttons or things on the clothing that I found interesting, particularly on people that died, and then I saw again in the court session. That's like, I think, because I investigated all the bodies, and then like we threw them overboard, or we escaped, or Drekkic died. Like people that died and came back to life, I'm gonna look for them. So if they're close at the time that I had the spell, otherwise it's just gonna show me some random direction. And then specifically, I'm gonna scry on the captain.
All right, let us start with the first one, with locate objects. So let me just have a look here. I need some more clarification on this one. Interesting.
Oh, I also actually would ask Celeste if they took anything from her. If there's any of her things. Gun. They took your gun. Yes. So I'm gonna. One of the 3 things I'm gonna try and locate is Celeste's gun.
That
Helga
is
specifically has it.
Whew, this is an interesting one. The wording actually doesn't describe the problem.
Because it's underwater. It's not through lead! Yes! Stone, though. Like
The spell can't locate an object if any thickness of lead, even a thin sheet, blocks a direct path between you and the object. Okay, that's not a problem.
Yeah.
You sense the direction of the object's location as long as the object is within 1,000 feet of you. It's not.
Mm-hmm.
If the object is in motion, you know the direction of its movement. I don't know how to answer you right now. Because the question doesn't quite make sense. You get the feeling that something isn't quite right when you cast this spell. You're not sure exactly what that means, but any of those items that you're trying to locate with this spell right now actually doesn't quite give you anything useful. I'll have to dig into the actual answer to that question that I am having problems with right now later. But for now, at least, that's what you get.
I didn't think it was going to work unless we're going to get attacked, and you kind of indicated that we could skip the being attacked bit, so...
Oh, not necessarily. I'm just asking what your intent was for the day. I'm not saying I'm not going to interrupt you.
Yeah.
So that part's out of the way. The second part was that you were scrying on the captain.
Specifically scrying on the captain.
Okay. That is not possible either. I'll let you roll an Arcana check.
Celeste might be able to tell you why if you ask.
22.
It only works if you're in the same plane
of existence.
And seeing that portal, it could be that they went somewhere else, even though that's not supposed to be possible.
I don't just about it in the morning. That's interesting.
So that was your scrying 5th level and your 3 locate object
Third
spells.
level spells.
I'd say that you probably wouldn't have used all 3s of those locate object spells, considering the fact that the first one gave you that result. I think you would have
Nah,
probably
I reckon
mixed
I
it
would
up.
have burned those spell slots throughout the day. Like,
Okay,
I
cool.
think Ingwe would have he's steering the ship and he's gonna be like, it's the gun plus. I think now that actually after he would have found a button and then had a conversation with Celeste in passing and she would have been like, they took my gun. And so from now on I'm gonna only be looking for her gun, and the purpose of casting that spell throughout an 8-hour day, every 2 hours, is to see if they're close and about to ambush us.
All good. Perfectly fine. Perfectly fine.
Okay. Be good to talk to them. Confirm that, I reckon.
Well, for now at least, time passes unhindered. Would you like to continue through the night? Or would you like to stop for the night?
No, so I would be continuing through the night because I woke up at 2 o'clock in the morning. Then Ingwe woke up at, let's say, 9 a.m. to get his full 8 hours. And then I stayed up for a bit, would have slept in the afternoon. So I've had my long rest in that afternoon slot, so I think I'd be good for the night.
Okay.
I think.
Different way to split it's an interesting way to split the party. We're not we're physically located together, but we're split chronologically now.
Yeah, but I mean, it's easy enough to catch up, considering one of you only needs 4 hours sleep. That really helps. If you all needed 8 hours sleep, you would have been fucked for years. But yeah, other than that. Okay. You continue through the night, and those of you who need a long rest, you can have long rests and regain spell slots.
Before going to bed, John would spend about an hour to 2 hours going over the prayer book from Drekik again.
Yep.
And he's trying to find anything that attains to the Stormlord's beliefs in battle. How to treat one's enemies. What they clarify is the type of thing that should be considered an enemy. If there's any details that sort of pertain to that sort of a thing.
Okay.
Who are the enemies of the Stormlord and who should your enemy?
Make an investigation check, I'd say. I'd say with advantage. I think you spend enough time with this book, you know where not to look.
Sweet. I appreciate it.
Nice.
Good thing. That is a whopping 10.
It's not terrible. I mean, you're looking in a book. You're not quite trying to find someone in a crowd. You don't get a lot of details, but it definitely doesn't. The Stormlord doesn't seem to like undead creatures. That's obviously shared, but one thing that's very specific in this religion is shapeshifters have both a reputation of being infamous, but also honored in the same way. It's a little odd. It kind of makes your mind wander a little bit back to some of the things you found in the library about generally shape-shifting creatures, and where Drekik actually pointed out that Vartex was one of these Amorials, which are these kind of shape-shifting creatures. And in the book itself, in literally their Bible, it does mention that there is this unnamed shape-shifting creature that is very much a concern. It's not quite like the devil is in Christian Bibles, but it is that they cause havoc, they cause chaos, they do all these mischievous things to break any kind of control and stuff like that. So they are definitely considered a bit of an enemy. Under that also falls a whole bunch of other things like doppelgangers, werewolves, vampires. All those kind of shape-shifting ability kind of creatures are all in the same kind of pile of baddies. But at the same time, a lot of these stories are about people who face these creatures, but also honor their enemy. it is a bit strange because it is a lot about giving your enemy no chance, but also honoring them once you have defeated them. It's a bit of a strange mix.
Yeah.
I think that was your question.
Well, that's
As far as
very
I
much
can
it.
pull.
He's just
Yeah.
trying to immerse himself as much in the Stormwood as he can now, in honor of everything that's happened, and also out of respect.
Yes, of course. Of course. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it.
After that, Sean will hit the hay.
Right.
Try
So
to get rid of this exhaustion.
long rests all around to those of you who need it. And as the break of morning comes, so does Itna. You spend a long time on the boat and a long time on the ship, and you're getting a little tired of just doing the same thing over and over again. But as you enter the nearby region of Itna, I'm guessing you're going straight to Shaldaland, where you came from originally, and you're docking your ship with your other ship, the Belching Bear, once again back in the docks. And you have now arrived back in the city of Shaldaland. There are some guards waiting for you on the docks. They look like they have their arms crossed this time, whatever that means. But for now, you have docked your ship successfully.
Walk around and make sure that everyone, like, no one actually gets off the ship yet. He's going to kind of gather everyone towards the bow of the ship. This pointed towards the shore. Kind of gather everyone up and wait for Jean and
Orton.
kind of look over towards the guards.
Your
Plan.
voice is cutting out a little bit again. Sorry.
Well,
Battery assist.
fully charged. I always charge it before stream, so I don't know what's up. Is that fine? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I think it's okay.
What's the plan? Do it again? No.
Did it again.
It did it right when you
I think-
started talking.
Got the
It
gist.
could- it
What's
could-
the plan?
It could also be the internet. It could also be that
Actually,
it's
it might be internet.
if it's raining.
Rain.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, regarding the ship, I think we're gonna get a talking to of some kind, regardless. Because, as mentioned, Wargear ship we apparently took. Probably best we get a word out to Silver Eric. Hopefully, they can back us in
We
circumstances. But
we bought the ship back.
we did. We still took
Wait.
the ship.
Well, the captain of the ship, the first mate of the ship took the ship. We were
Yeah.
just on. We were on board. It's true to say, we boarded the ship before we knew that it was Torgir's ship.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. I'm all for us saying that.
And it's true to say, Captain John Jack was not intending to come back until we convinced him that he should come back with Torgir's ship.
Yeah.
Both of those things are true. They can sort of truth you on that. Both of those things are true. Did you know that it was Torgir's ship before you boarded the ship?
I think we did. I thought we
You definitely did.
did. We didn't Silver Eric go, hey, meet me on this ship. We jumped on and we started.
You when you had the first meeting with Tokyo, he actually talked about it.
Don't recall it because if Jean knew beforehand, Jean probably would have put up a stink. I was under the impression that we only found out like
No,
I was
it-
like, oh,
You were told beforehand. I'm pretty sure Silver Ear also brought it up, actually. But
Fair enough.
I know he
Alright.
brought it
I
up
didn't
when you were
just
on the
bring it up.
ship. Like, I know he
Yeah.
definitely brought it up because you were like, oh, there's a ship, and it's like, yeah, it belonged to your father-in-law. I don't remember it in the meeting, though.
No.
But either way.
Good.
Yeah. I guess memory.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you there.
I guess memory could potentially falter truth.
That's all right. Just leave it for now.
I suppose. Regardless, though, even if we found out on the way, I'm sure as met Torgir, I'm sure he's not gonna give it up entirely. I mean, regardless, we've got a circumstance, and I'm sure he's gonna want to save his daughter above all else. So I'm sure this will piss him off, but he'll just put it in his pocket. Tell us once we return. We're not sure.
And it's probably best if you do the talking. You know him better than any of us.
Yeah, I had a feeling. Yeah, I'll do it. Outside of that, though, I think once, hopefully, that shit all settles, we're packing our gear and getting ready to go. We should probably swing by the tavern quick, make sure your shit's still there. Again, apologies.
Oh yes, absolutely. Got quite a few things in there.
Yeah. And then once we're all geared up, I think we're heading straight out into the mountains.
Probably, have you told our new friend what the gist is, or is he just along for the ride?
I think it's more the latter. We've explained a few details, but kept it pretty vague for the most part. Yeah.
Sapphirus, what's your plan now that we're docked?
Well, I've done a full 360. I'm back where I started. This is where what brought me. Not very warm. I'm kind of done with my assignment. I should be heading back soon, but I was told there's many dangers. I might stick around for a bit.
Right, well, we'll probably be here for the next, I'd say, at least week. So if you do want to catch up with us anytime, we should be back here within the week, so...
Right, I have a tent set up near the sea, not far off the side. I hope it's still there.
Well, we'll likely be making our way back to Quell after this. We'll be taking this ship, so if you do want to come back with us, just let us know.
It's probably the only way I can get back to Sahani and such. I'll keep it in mind.
Have to be an option, even if it's the last and only one. Right, Jean, shall we,
To the Singing Fist.
if we can get past the docks first.
Yeah.
Right.
John's gonna lead the march, so to speak.
Right, so you head off onto the docks and start walking towards the city, and you can see these guards. They look like the same guards as last time. They're standing there with their arms over cross, and they look a little bit more official than last time. And as you come closer, an individual walks out behind them, and you can see Togir is standing there as well. He is looking at you as you approach.
Oh yeah. Managed to get your shit back.
Sure, you've been here for such a short time, and already you have saved me from ship thieves.
Well, not exactly. We went out to get our friend, and we were guided to this ship, told it was cleared, we hopped on, and off we went to rescue our friend.
I heard.
Yeah.
I'm glad
We found
you're back, Mrs. Celeste. Sorry, it's been a little bit.
Well, it's not Mrs. either. I'm just...
Oh,
Celeste
Miss
is fine.
Celeste. No. Welcome, Celeste. Don't worry about it. Silver told me what happens.
John lets out like a visible sigh of relief, but while still trying to cover it, like, "Ugh."
The bead of
Okay.
sweat rescinds back into his hairline.
I just wanted to make sure that you were all right after coming back. I didn't have any need for this ship. And you can hear another voice coming from somewhere else. And you can see the captain is like, "Oh, excuse me, that is my ship. What's going on here?" And he just starts running towards the other ship. And just you can hear some kind of loud conversation going on the docks, but everyone seems to be ignoring them.
So he's not even coming to us, the captain. He's running off straight to the ship.
Running straight to the ship. Well, as far as I understand, I am supposed to be your guide for the foreseeable future. If you have anything that you want to purchase, you should probably do it soonish. I don't know when you're planning on leaving.
Yeah.
I'd just like to I'd just like to register ownership.
Register
of the ship,
ownership.
of the ship at the docks because it had a different owner before.
Right. Right. They want to register the ship to them, so make sure no one else takes it. Sure. Not a problem.
All right. Yeah. Well, I guess I'm pretty capped out on what I need. We just got to go swing by the Singing Fist.
Right. Just making sure you understand that we're going into the wilderness that is extremely unforgiving.
Yeah.
So,
just before we came over to Itno, we did a bit of preparation for this type of environment. We bought some gear, so
impressive.
hopefully that'll hold us through.
Well, we'll see. Well, come and get me at my estate once you're done, and I will pack what I think is necessary. And if we're missing anything, we should be good to handle that. We're going to be taking some of our mounts with us just to make things a little easier. So, we'll talk about that later. Go do your thing and enjoy. I would like to point out that there has been a statue erected for Drekik at the church. It happened very shortly after the funeral, where someone quickly left in the ship. But I would like to point out that your friend is being honored as he should.
All right.
Thank you. I'd like to visit that.
Well, take your time. Let me know whenever you're ready to leave. I will get my things gathered, and I probably will bring a few guards with me as well, just in case. Anyway, I'm good to see you all okay. I'm glad to see you again, Celeste. Sorry about your friend, but life goes on, and he is with the gods now.
Small comfort, but appreciated none the same.
Right, carry on. And he walks off again.
Just as he turns around, because internally Jean's like, do I do this? Do I not do this? Do I do this? Do I not do this? So the moment he turns around, Jean sort of leans over and grabs him by the shoulder. Basically, as soon as he turns to look at him, he just goes, just thank you for everything you've done. I know it's been difficult, but thank you. And he goes in and just gives him a hug.
Oh, well, to be honest, the only thing I've been doing is yelling at you or trying to punch you, so I don't think that's quite fair, but I am trying to make up for it.
That's how it started, but it ain't gonna be how it ends, big man. All right.
Just
slaps him on the ass, and Jean just walks past.
Oh, I forgot how intoxicating you laugh can be, Sean. Anyway, enjoy yourself. I'm gonna go and get a little bit tipsy.
Well, things have certainly improved since last time I was here between you and him.
Yeah, smooth things over a bit. I think once he really understood what we were trying to do, at least what I was trying to, well, what we're trying to do. I think you sort of settled his mind.
It's reassuring. Right, I'm off to go get my things. Feel free to come with me, or if you wanted to, like father-in-law said, if you wanted to do some shopping, I can meet you somewhere else. But I've got a date with an innkeeper.
Yeah, no, I think I should come with you because I feel partly responsible. I'm responsible. Sean will follow along.
Okay. So going back to the inn.
Do you want to come with us, what? Yeah,
Yes,
come
yes.
with us.
I have to fix this red wine stain.
Shit, I forgot you were there. God damn.
And he'll dimension door 5 feet ahead of me constantly. As far as I understand.
Wasn't Dimension Door 500 feet? He's just up in...
that is the max range, yes. But I think he's,
Just burnt all his, like, fifth level spells. Like,
To move 10 feet. This is me for the day.
Yeah, oh good.
We just have to roll his shell the rest of the way.
Right. Well,
no, you're lucky. What? Some took 30 years for the first turtle to make it back to land. The first giant turtle. And apparently, one of the most delicious meats in the world. So.
Very well. All right, let's go. And you're heading towards the Singing Fist. Yep.
Which was the right one, right? I'm not misremembering.
Nope, that's correct. That's the one that you went. You arrive, it's a very lively bunch. It is pretty early, but people here get drunk a lot because it's like cold. So there's a lot of people like enjoying themselves, and there's some bards playing some music, and there's a nice, cozy environment. And the barkeep is still there.
Morning.
Hello there. How can I help you?
I believe I left some things here about a week and a half ago. Is that how long it's been?
Jeez, that's like ages. Number 7?
Yes, that was me.
Right, let me have a look. He looks underneath. He pulls out like a sword, and he pulls out like this big shield, and he's like, "That's not yours. That's not number 7. Oh, here we go." And he pulls out your bag.
Both bags.
So one bag is inside the other bag. I'm pretty sure they're not like that kind of bags.
No, so they're actually 2 separate bags, but I will check to make sure, because one of them was one, and one of them is my backpack.
Right, they'll both be there.
And there's all my stuff in there.
Make an investigation check.
I'm counting out my coins, because I had a lot of all the party funds were in that bag.
Yes, they were.
Investigation, come on. 17 total.
Yes, it looks like everything's there. For now.
For now.
Kidding. Trauma.
Not leaving it here.
I cast fireball on the bar. Burn it down. It's all there. Oh, good. I can't cast fireball.
Yeah.
What?
It's just Ingwe holding the barkeep down, Jean with the axe, like, is it all there? Is it all there?
Yeah. 3,447. Yes, it's all here.
We're 1 goal shy. Where's the gold? Where's the gold?
Oh no, sorry, it's here.
Oh, I snuck it into your sock, John, before we left.
Yeah.
I forgot.
Oh.
That's what I was thinking of.
I've got all my things. So the only thing I think that I don't have are
your gun,
my
your
gun.
ascending stone,
Yes.
whatever your clothes you were wearing, whatever weapons you had with you when that happened.
Yeah, so I only have my
Earring.
gun on me.
And I think your lockpicking kit is in your bag, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I wouldn't
so
have
that one.
that in the bath.
No, that's good.
And my amulet as well would be gone, because I don't take that off, so that would also be gone. I don't have my amulet approved against detection and location.
No, that's gone.
Might just move those into my other.
The tricky thing is you can't find it if you lose it.
Yeah. It's gone.
I know what I'll do. I'll just damn it.
I think I've already deleted my sending stone. I think I just full deleted that out because it was dropped.
Yeah, that one's full on gone.
Yeah. I deleted that.
Very good.
So we only have 2 left.
Yep. Only
Ingwe's
yours and
John's.
John's.
Why did I lose the 4th one?
That was we gave to Tam.
Oh yeah, Tam has one.
Watch out with Tam, yeah.
I mean, we can still talk to Tam technically anytime.
You know, so just-
Hey Tam, what are you up to? Are you pooping?
Are you looking?
Just kick open the door like, hey, we need another
Count-
sending stone.
Definitely.
Celeste is counting her money right now. I'm gonna blow shit up if it's not all there. Oh, it's all there. Okay. Okay, bye.
Got potions of healing. I can cast all my spells. Oh no, I can't 'cause I don't have my. But I do have my component pouch.
Hmm.
I just don't have my attunement thing. Alright, cool.
Well, would you like anything to drink? Meal? No?
Pour me a shot of your strongest spirit.
Strongest spirit. Sure, this one here is called Drickic's Will.
Oh,
Awfully
shit.
fitting.
What?
That awfully
Oh.
fitting.
Yeah, it's a new one on the menu. We changed things around lately.
Appreciate that.
Is that the opposite of kidnapping a dog?
Yeah. You get the dog now.
Product placement?
He's your problem now.
Right.
Would anyone else like one? If a Drakix will.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't gonna grab anything, but I feel like I have to now.
Sure.
Make that 4.
It's on the house.
Appreciate that. Schlanche.
Yep.
Everyone make a constitution saving throw.
Aha! Dirty 20.
You're
Roll the
fine.
19 on the
Nice.
dice.
You had worse.
11.
17.
Oh, you're pretty good, all of you. Like, you can definitely feel it anyway. It's been a while since you actually had alcohol, but it's not too bad. You feel like you had a beer or two, but you only really had like a shot.
What does it taste like? What sort of spirit is it? Is it smooth? Is it like
So-
really harsh? Does it burn?
Because of where you are, the way that I'm going to describe this is that there's a little bit of cinnamon. It's like a smell and taste of cinnamon, and a little bit of ginger. The spiciness comes from the ginger itself, and the alcohol itself is it's a little bit it's a little bit like a whiskey or a cognac or something like that. It has like a bit of a flavor to it too, but it's warm and you can feel it almost like brandy wine, kind of warming you up on the inside. So it's quite nice. It's very smooth.
What was it called again?
Drekic's Will.
It's quite nice actually. Wouldn't mind going to visit the statue.
Yeah. Absolutely, that's what I was thinking. I mean, assuming all your shit was here, which I think it's normal what it is. I figured, why, yeah, let's go pay a visit before we head out. It's a great idea.
It's a great idea to put on my armor.
On the walk there, because that would be over at the Archidron Church, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So on the way there, Jean's gonna basically tell the story of what the funeral was like to Celeste, explaining how he was brought down through here and was sort of left with weapons to take with him. Probably when Jean admits to stupidly handing over the silvered axe so that Drake could defend himself wherever his soul may go. And that people had gathered on the sides of the street and like the entire city seemed to be out and about for this event. They honored him as he was shipped out. They fired off a blaze, eventually sank into the ocean before we suddenly got a tap on the shoulder from Silver Eric and rushed off.
I'm sure he enjoyed it.
Yeah. Feels like something would have been up his alley. It all started from here.
Oh. Continue down the street, past the garrison and the Tinghus, past the iron towers, past the court of the guards that looks like there's some people training there. It's a bit of a open air coliseum of sorts where people are training to learn how to fight, and then sometimes when people have issues, that's where it's settled. Turn around the corner, and there is definitely the Archidron Church. Biggest one that you can remember ever seeing. And out front, there's a statue, and there's a few people standing around it looking at it. There's some offerings that's been left in front, and there's maybe 4 or 5 people just standing there looking at it. Just warm clothing, just kind of rocking up and just kind of standing there taking it in.
To take out the... What is it? Got a bottle of wine in my inventory. I'm going to out and have a swig.
You also do notice that the way that the statue is made, it's like he's holding something that isn't there. Like there's a sword that was supposed to be in his hands that aren't there. You don't know if that means that it's not done yet, or if it's because they are insinuating that the sword should be returned. But it is, for now, he stands there, still a very proud figure. They got his detail down pretty well.
Is it like Drekkic sized, or is it like enlarged? How is it like?
It's Drekkic size, but it is on like a little bit of a plateau in that sense. It's like a little bit of a pedestal underneath it. But statue is same size as him, pretty much. Maybe a little bit bigger.
I'm going to take a swig out of the wine bottle, and we're going to climb up and put the wine bottle in where the sword is.
Yes.
Where is the hands are waiting for the sword?
Right. Make a perception check for me.
It's a natural 16 for a 21.
Okay. Let me just have a look. As you do, one of the figures in the crowd kind of goes and just kind of turns around. You can't quite see them, but they definitely express some sort of emotion by you doing that. And as one of them turns around and walks away, the other one is like, "Yep, that explains it." And then he walks off too.
Turn around. Go, sorry, were you talking to me?
They just keep walking.
While Celeste does that, I pull out 3 nuts and pour them into a bottle and cast Confusion at 5th level.
Oh fuck, what the fuck?
And who are you casting that on?
On the statue.
On the statue?
Yeah, so it's a radius spell, so Celeste definitely will be affected.
Okay.
But I've already put the bottle in, so it doesn't fall.
Yeah, like... When she turns around, it's like... Who the fuck are you? Oh, that's...
Okay, so... Let me have a look here. What is the save?
So I've casted it at a 5th level. So it's a 15-foot radius sphere centered on the statue.
Right.
Every creature within that space makes a wisdom save.
And what's the DC?
17.
Okay.
Sean's definitely standing there. Without a doubt, he's standing near the thing too.
Yep. Everyone is fucked.
I rolled a 14. I rolled a 14 on the dice, and I got a +3, so I just made 17.
Yo!
Nice. I got a 16.
So, you are also.
So everyone rolls a d10. On a 1, they use all their movement to move in a random direction.
On a 2 to a 6, they don't do anything. On a 7 or an 8, they make a melee attack against a randomly determined creature within its reach. And on a 9 or a 10, you can move or act normally.
Okay.
I got a 9.
One of them just clocks someone, and I'm gonna have a look here because there's a few of you now, so.
Ingwe, we can't take you anywhere. First you're burning down villages, stealing wine, and...
Every time wine gets involved.
The honor.
Oh.
I failed my Constitution save on that shot. As soon as I failed, I was like, definitely casting confusion.
So
At the right moment.
one of these individuals just turns around and he just looks like, "You! Yeah!" And he just smacks him with, it looks like flowers, but he's just punching him with these flowers. It starts a fist fight, and they start beating each other up and rolling around in the snow. And the majority of the other people, they don't seem to do anything. They just like look really confused, because most of them rolled pretty low or pretty high. So for now, at least, there's a small snowball forming.
What on earth is happening?
I don't know, but I'm really confused for some
As I'm
reason.
half dangling off this statue. What is going on?
Every 6 seconds for a minute, you have to do a new thing.
Oh, another 9.
That's still
Move and
normal.
act normally.
Snowball
Fight!
I think the majority of them, they're just kind of really confused because I keep rolling like 9 or 10 or 1 or 2 or 3.
Yeah, I just rolled 2 9s and a 10.
I'll also like heal people if anyone looks like real fucked up. Let's just burn a couple of likes for.
So there's some fights that starts breaking out here and there, and some people who start punching each other. And the guards eventually show up and try to break people up.
For 1 minute, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I rolled 10 rolls. I only got 1 where Jean does something. Jean just walks in a random direction.
Every other time.
Yeah, it's just he's either just standing there not
Very
able to do anything, or
confused.
standing there just watching the situation.
Right.
Get over here. I was over there by the whatever.
So the 2 guys who walked off, or the 2 individuals who walked off, kind of look back and they're just like shaking their heads as they just walk further away. As this fight ensures and everyone starts punching each other and various different situations arise, they just kind of walk away. Just kind of walk towards the court of the gods and just kind of like ignore it.
What on earth just happened? Ingwe? Is that you?
What was me?
Looks towards a guy being carried away with like a bloody lip.
It was Drakic. Here, look,
Sure.
Drakic's will. Oh, look, there's a rabbit on my cup.
Some days I think I'm close to understanding the inner workings of your mind, but then other days you prove me entirely wrong.
Sorry,
Well-
what?
That's no, I don't know where he is
Oh.
actually.
Did what make it?
What am I-
What's just beating up someone? You son of a bitch! You're the one who walks on me!
As the ship begins to continue to travel towards the warmer waters, what eventually wakes up underneath the sink?
By what?
Time to change characters again.
Rolling. No, he just keeps playing
God,
as well.
no.
We just keep doing random one shots. One trying to make his way back to us.
Fair. Right. Well, after
I
the
bet
spill
you-
ends, other people also show up and they just kind of give him a nod and walk off and such.
That went about as well as we could expect. I assume he's up there having a chuckle.
Yeah. I'm gonna make my way over to you guys now as well. Just suddenly. Yes.
Well,
it should be. Sorry, that was.
No, I was just going to say, is there anything you think that we need to get? I know that Torgir mentioned that we may need to do some supply shopping, but as Jean also mentioned, we picked up things like, I've got my jacket, and we've got our furs and lantern oil and skis.
Now that you've got your things, do you have? Did you find your cloak?
My warm cloak, yes.
Oh, good.
Don't understand.
Oh, nothing. That's.
Do you want it? Is that why you're?
No, your cloak fits you very well. It looks. Can I have mine back?
Oh, yes, of course you can. Yes.
Oh, well, I've never. Well, it's actually. It's obviously very magical. It's actually very magical, and I've been not using it, the magical part of it, and I probably should have been, and then I gave it to you. Yeah, so I've been holding on to that for a while, but thanks.
Just ask me things like that.
Yeah.
If you wanted it back, you should have just asked.
No, I didn't. I until now, like that you've got your cloak, your own clothes. I didn't want it back, but just then I did, and I thought you weren't going to give it to me, and you did, so we're okay. It's not a problem. No, it's fine.
It's all fine. And she'll pull the cloak out and hand it back to Ingwe. And then pull on her warm white cloak.
Yes. It definitely helps with
Just a little
the warmth. Oh.
So is there anything else that you think we need to get, or should we head up to the estate? I'd rather get cracking before lunchtime passes.
Should we have a look around? Should we maybe have a look? Well, now that we've got our money back, should we maybe shop for? I know that we've bought things previously, but perhaps we should have a look if they have any specific things. Maybe we should do some research about the lizard creatures that are guarding the place that we're going, and lizard creatures kind of sounds like poison, but it's pretty cold here, so it could be. It's weird that there's lizard creatures because lizard creatures are cold-blooded. Maybe we should figure some stuff out and buy some local things.
Sure, we could figure out a few things.
What do we know? Do you know anything, Mr. John? Do you know about the defenders?
I mean, not besides what we've been told already. They sound a lot like those individuals we bumped into in the volcano.
Yes.
Well, we're right here. Do you think that the leaders of the church here would have any indication if it's sort of a sanctuary type holy place?
Perhaps.
Yeah.
Rather than wandering too far away.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe we should ask before we go, and then, buy some things or find some things.
All right.
Mr. John, or would you like me to ask? Is this like one of those situations where, like, because I'm the foreigner, I can ask the questions that you should already know? Should I go, or is it like local knowledge is best?
Oh, I'm not local. Like I said, I just know. Like, my wife was from here. My father-in-law was from here. Outside of that, I got no real relation here. The Archidron Church has. The only connection really is that I've been marked by the Stone Lord, but I don't want to go in there and just start, taking my shirt off, being all like, "Hey, look here, I need info." I mean, I think whether you ask or I ask, I don't think it's gonna make any difference.
Well, some difference because we would ask questions from different perspectives. So, actually,
Sure.
that reminds me, Miss Celeste, I know that there's wards that are supposed to block planar travel, and I was quite confused by that. And then I saw the portal that the ship opened, and it seemed to do a plane shift travel, which I'm pretty confident it did.
Draw that conclusion.
Well, while we were traveling, I tried to find. I tried to scry. I used Danica's mirror, which is the spell where you can see people on this plane of existence, and the way that the spell rejected. Sometimes it rejects because the person you're trying to look at resists your will, and you can't see them. But in this case, it seemed more like I couldn't make the connection, like they were on a different plane of existence. And that confused me a little bit because we're not supposed to be able to travel planes. But then also, Mr. Watt described about how when he was banished, he went to, and it made me think maybe we could just send you home by banishing you home. So it seems like the wards aren't. There's some loopholes in the system.
Food for thought, but not a problem I think we are equipped to deal with right now.
I agree. I'm worried that we'll walk into this next kind of challenge, trying to find. There used to be guardians, as far as I can tell from the story that I remember. There used to be guardians, and they were recognized and revered by the human population, and then they disappeared or changed and were no longer. So that makes me worried about either they left or they changed sides. But there's a problem there that I'm worried about.
Well, if it's even the original people, right? Like, if this happened long ago enough, perhaps it started a whole little mini civilization. And next thing you know, they're popping out kids who are part of this, protective guild of whatever's looking after that church. Or maybe not. Maybe they're just some fucking snake people. Who knows?
Well, the more information we can gather about it, the better.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll really know for sure until we get there. But definitely, knowledge is power.
Absolutely. Yeah, fuck it. All right, let's head on in.
Are you going to the Archidron Church?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, as you enter, there's the same old lady that you saw previously who helped with the ceremony with Drekik. And she recognizes as you come in, and you can see that she has all this white and blackish paint on her face still. Kind of like she's probably the seer, the head seer. And she's, oh, welcome back. I see that you found your friend.
Absolutely, yes. Thank you. Bestowing such an honor onto him. Very appreciative that he'd be remembered in such a way.
The gods told me to.
Good to know.
Yeah.
They're all right, those guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure they are all right.
We
We've come to ask you some questions to see if you're aware. Perhaps you might have information that we're unfamiliar with.
Oh,
Do you know anything of the Kocharan? Monsters, as I've heard them be called.
I think the information you might be looking for is probably in the Temple of the Snake Guardians.
That would make
Their
sense.
warriors used to use that as a temple, but these days it's not as much. It's more of a memorial, I guess, but there are stories there.
All right. Yeah, I mean that pretty much covers everything, I guess, because that. Thank you again. I don't know if anyone else has anything else they'd like to ask.
Well, the Temple of the Snake Guardians, is that like in town? Is that where's that? Do you know where that is, Mr. John?
That didn't when we were getting the tour. Didn't they say it was up top near the near Torgir's estate?
Yeah, you kind of saw it when you walked in.
Yeah.
But it's different than the place that we're going.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
That's all. I just wanted to clarify that we didn't have to go to the dangerous place to find the information about the. Good.
All right. Yeah. Well.
I don't know much myself, but I think that the most of the stories are definitely saved there.
Thank you. We will investigate there then and follow up. Do you have like a donation plate or something here as well?
Oh, you can leave it in the bowls around in the church if you wish.
Okay. Thank you. Jean will go over and put 10 gold into a bowl.
Very well.
We will go over and put some seeds in the bowl.
First, we'll stand by and wait at the door for everyone else to finish making their offerings.
Just like pick up one coin, he puts it in and put it back.
So as Mage hands those 10 gold out of the bowl.
Sure. Whatever you want to leave, not a problem. They'll definitely take donations.
And then, start heading out. As we're heading out, Jean's going to start patting down his pockets a bit as well. I can't recall if someone else grabbed it or not, but did anyone take the mood ring, Rekik's mood ring?
Someone did.
Yeah.
I think probably you then, if no one else remembers.
I was going to say, I don't know.
Hey, it was me. I have a mood ring.
Damn it! What? Give that here.
Why does it stay black? Anyway.
If Jean has it, then as we head out, Jean's going to turn to the statue, and as silly as a little thing it is, he's going to place that at the statue. Because the whole time sort of sitting there looking through his things for his holy symbol, but then recalled that he was burnt to his base. So instead we'll be like, well, it's not really significant, but for you, old friend.
Where do you put the ring?
Just between his feet on the statue.
Change his color. Towards a more greenish.
I recall what green means.
Happy.
Go look into a bag, look at the pink parasol. I'll keep this one close.
I
Right.
immediately thought you were going to put it into where the sword was.
No, the bottle of wine is there.
Yeah.
That one's reserved for spirits, I think. But probably appreciate that more.
Very well.
Right, shall we make our way up to the Temple of the
Sneaky.
Oh, Temple of the Snake Guardians? Yeah.
Go on a little bit of a trek, and you start walking up the Wygard Bridge once again, and you see all these unfortunate souls who have been captured, some less alive than you saw them last time, some spots have been replaced with others. Definitely seems like there's been some recent raids that hasn't gone too well, as far as you can see, which is good for these guys, but not so good for the individuals hanging there. But as you make it up, you get this clear view of the city around you, and you see the snowstorms are still building up around you, and it is definitely winter. The snow itself, even on the street, is a few inches deep now. You have to fight not to lose your footing as you walk past. But you make it to the Iker estate, and also to the Temple of the Snake Guardians, which is right next door.
What does it look like from the exterior as well?
So it looks kind of like a tower, but it's a tower with like a dome-ish shape on top of it, in a kind of reddish color. It looks a little bit like it's glass, but it's hard to see because it's kind of covered in snow and stuff like that. But it does have little areas that kind of looks like, almost like if you had a cut ruby sticking out of snow. That's kind of how red it is, very crimson. But it just looks kind of a little bit like a tower itself. It has some lights on outside. There's some lanterns and some stuff that's been lit. And the door itself, it doesn't have like a door. It just has a doorway. So it's built kind of like a temple. And you can see inside that there's like it's kind of like almost, it looks like a stone table almost, but it's just too tall to be a stone table. So it's more like a bar kind of height, but it's like a roundish square. Sorry, not roundish square. It's like a round stone, marble stone table plateau kind of situation. Looks like almost like something would have been placed on there once, but not anymore. And you can see that the walls all around you are very well decorated as well, with carvings and such.
Looking in through the entrance, do we see anyone inside?
Sorry, I couldn't hear that.
Abandoned. Oh, looking inside, do we see if there's anyone inside, or does it more look like it's abandoned?
Well, I mean, there's no one inside that you can see. It doesn't look abandoned in the sense that it's fallen in disrepair or anything. It's been well kept, but it does look like it's a place that people go to. It's not a place that people really stay.
Quite stark, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Seems like people are looking after it. Like there's the big altar in the center, and there's no cobwebs or anything.
Yeah.
What are the carving? What stories can you see? What can I try and decipher the stories carved into the walls?
Sure. So I'm guessing that you're heading inside.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So as you head inside, you can definitely see that there's carvings everywhere. It's almost like different plateaus of stories and such. And above you, you can see this ruby red dome of glass, which is a little strange and out of place considering why would you need to put it there? It's covered in snow, but it looks really beautiful on the inside. The snow itself gives it a more mattish kind of feel. So the majority of the rooms actually lit almost like red backlighting. Just the faintest. Not like it's like you're in a disco somewhere, but it gives it a bit of a special kind of vibe in there because everything is, it's almost silent in the sense that where you just came from outside, there's a lot of storm. In here, the snow has already covered the whole building, so it's kind of almost eerie silent. There's lots of stories in here. Make a investigation check, I'd say, with advantage because you're a storyteller in this scenario.
You sure it's not perception?
Yes.
15.
15. Okay. There's a few things that kind of stands out. The first thing that you will notice that you cannot really miss is that there is these depictions of all these soldiers who have what looks like a hammer imprinted onto their shields, which is very similar to what you saw when you passed by not long ago. That there is a hammer on these shields, which looks like a hammer. You don't know if that's specifically what you're after, but it is funny that you're looking for a hammer and they are guarding an area that has a hammer. So there's these soldiers with like swords and shields, and they look like they're all wearing similar armor, almost like it's a special kind of order of these soldiers that have these very ornate, distinguished appearances. They're fighting these creatures that look like snakes, but where normally you'd have the snake neck turn into a head, it's almost like it's just been cut and it's just these toothy maws that just kind of open up into like hundreds of teeth in this roundish kind of mouth. The snakes themselves, or whatever you want to call these things, are of various different sizes. Some of them are as big as a person. Some of them look like they're even bigger. And now that you look at it, the plateaus and the divisions of these, where before you looked at it, it looked like it was just, there was like almost like a bottom underneath where other people are standing. It looks like now that you look at it, this is a spiraling giant serpent of these creatures. And where it ends is where whatever would have been on this table would have been. But currently there's nothing there. So it looks like the whole room is actually one of these serpents. But some of them, the majority of the ones that are depicted are smaller ones. There's a little bit of writing that you can also gather some information from. It's almost like some of these stories are segmented to keep them separate from each other. One of them has the name of Yarislav, which is one of the first ones, which you know as Yarislav was someone who escaped Shadanon to go to Idna. And then he became the king here, if you can say it like that, the first king here of the Earls. And then there's a depiction of him being offered a hammer by something that looks like a deity. How much that's real, you don't obviously know. But this is what it's depicting, at least. The general overarching story of someone giving Jaroslav this hammer. There's some other individuals who are named as earls and such who are also fighting these creatures. And it looks like as you go further and further, and you see, to begin with, you see 6 of these soldiers fighting some of these creatures. But then the further and further you go, the 6 becomes 5, the 5 becomes 4, the 4 becomes 3, the 3 becomes 2, then there's 1, and then there's nothing. And then there's only serpents, only snakes, and they just take out this whole segment, and there's nothing there that ends it. It is just them taking over the image of whatever is going on. There's not a lot of information you can get from your rule more than that, unfortunately, but that does tell a story of what happened, that they just slowly got defeated.
The interesting bit is the description we had was that the serpents were the protectors, and then they weren't the protectors. But this kind of depicts that the serpents were always the adversaries.
Hmm.
I'm
Interesting.
Is my mic working?
Sorry, no one could hear you there
Is
again.
it working? Is it good?
Yes, on and off.
No one really explained to me where we're going or what it is that you were told to find there.
Well, we came to find the God Hammer
Right.
because that's where the clues led us, and then there's a whole religion here around the God Hammer. Is it religion? Yeah, definitely religion. There's a whole religion here around the God Hammer and protecting him. This really clearly shows the serpent creatures attacking. But when I originally was told the story, the serpent creatures were the defenders. So I'm a little bit confused. No. I think this temple really clearly shows one perspective, which is that there was these 6 versus all of the serpents, and eventually the serpents won. But the first time I heard the story, the serpents were the defenders of the God Hammer. And we need the God Hammer to break the seals, right? Like, that's why we're here. Sorry, I'm just a bit lost in the beauty of this place.
And so where we're going, there's going to be serpents?
I think these yeah. There's like mouths where their faces are. That seems odd. And from a biological perspective, it's quite odd that there would be serpents in a cold place, because serpents are exotherms. They need the heat of. Usually, you only find them in warm places, so there's some sort of internal heat involved, which would make sense from the creatures that we met at the door.
That was inside a volcano. Who's to say this isn't also inside some sort of a long volcano?
Yeah. I think that's.
They did say as well that apparently the serpent god protects the cave as well. So I don't know if that's the gods themselves or minions of this god, champions of the god, whatever it may be.
Like champion versus champion.
I didn't think of it like that, but I guess in a way.
Oh, speaking of champions, Celeste, thanks for using my cloak back. Do you want to? I think I've been carrying Drakic's sword, mainly because he stored a specific spell for me to use that I think that I used appropriately. But this here is the Sky King's cleaver that he got, and well, no, maybe John. No, I think you should have it.
Oh, it's really cool. Not really one for sword wielding, but for the ceremony of it, I can hang on.
Yeah, I mean, I'd only ever roll to cast the spells, but it's a big sword. Mr. John, Mr. John, do you want it? No, you've got a big axe. You're the.
Yeah. Look, this. I mean, from what I remember, I can make light from it. Only attribute that I can get out of it.
Well, it also stores spells, and
yeah, but I don't know what I'm doing with that.
And does lightning. Lightning when you stab.
Yeah.
Really well.
Yeah, my axe does the lightning thing already. That's what I mean. If I was to use this instead, I could make use of the light. I think my axe hits harder than. As much as I would love to in honor of him, I'd rather, utility and use out of something than just use it for the sake of it. But I mean, it's got that whole spell thing. I mean, unless y'all want to load me up with a spell and I can try, but I'm sure that'll go funky in all sorts of ways. Unless you'd rather just use it as a spell box. spell in a box? Is that, I don't know, like we used to, these toys, crank the thing and just boom. Same thing with like a spell, right? You can do that with it.
I can hold
Yeah.
on to it if you'd like. Is it a long sword? I
Yes.
suppose it doesn't matter. I'm proficient in long swords, short swords.
Inventory management, if you want.
I'll take it, and then if we don't have a use for it, then maybe one day we can donate it or present it to, well, no, not his father, rather. Perhaps there's a museum, or if we ever find a home somewhere or something, we can mount it. Remember?
I mean, if they look after it, we replace that wine bottle.
No, I don't
Well-
think so.
Yeah, but also like we need these things to break the seals, right? Like that's the story. We're gonna gather them all. I mean, I'll hold on to it. If you'll be better with it than me, but I'm not. I don't think it's a good idea to leave it behind. So I'll hold on to it. I'm
not now.
uncomfortable carrying the large metal object because I don't like them. But if I have to, I will because it's important to the story.
I'll carry it then. I can use it should the time rise.
I'm so
Sorry, I
glad that's
wasn't-
the choice that you made.
I wasn't planning on leaving it. I said that I'd keep it. That I'd hold it.
Yeah, good.
I meant after as well, just to clarify, once everything came to rest.
Yeah, we're very much on the same
Yeah.
time page.
Yeah. We're on the same road, streets ahead.
So, seems like we're going somewhere warm. Oh, I noticed, Miss Celeste, I'm wearing quite a large assortment of necklaces, but do you want this one? I don't use it very often, and I see you lost yours.
Get the amulet of proof against detection of end location. Sure you don't want it?
I never. I mean, yes, but you want it more than me. No, I think you should have it.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Is there any other things that I know I'm paid attention to my things, but you've discovered your bag, Miss Celeste, Mr. John. Do you have anything that you think that you haven't paid attention to, maybe that is magical in nature or natural in nature that you might want to share with us?
I mean, yeah, if you want to chop and change stuff that you find a use, I don't have much. I got my boots. I got the thing that helps me see better in the dark. I got my axe. I got my other axe. I got my amulet. I got Drakic's shield, which, I mean, someone else would prefer to. I mean, it's useful, but also if I'm not, wielding something with two hands, if I ain't swinging full might, I can't really carry a shield anyways. Plus, I can always just use this thing. It's sort of work like a shield anyways. Otherwise, yeah, no, I got sending stones. I got potions. I got that lucky coin, which I've been holding on to for a particular moment. But I got that soul dagger. It's everything of any concern, I think, that I got on me.
I have these paint bottles, just to remind you, if we ever, I mean, recently we've been surprised, but if we're ever in a situation, which I think we're about to arrive at, where we can kind of guess what kind of things that we're going to face, we can
That's in preparation, right? You can carry that on you, and if we get there, we go. You know what? It makes sense for you to use this, and but we're not mid-fire gonna just be, slapping it
no,
on.
it takes 10 minutes to like paint.
Yeah.
But it lasts for a day. So if we're like, but I kind of feel like we're going to a place where it's like, if you go through this door, we're gonna fight the snake people. So if we could like guess if they were really poisonous or really fiery, like we can do that. I mean the shield thing.
Cool.
I don't think I carry this like oaken branch as a shield, so, and you have your arm, but we could swap. So I've got this belt that helps me not die. But anyway,
Whatever you prefer. This thing's pretty cool. If something just about hits you, hits your back. I mean, the only other thing I got on me is my half plate, which I'm gonna put on now. That way, I'm off a boat because I did not want to fall off the side of that ship. The only other thing I can think of is I don't remember who took it, but Dreki had a ring of protection. I don't know if someone else grabbed that.
yeah, that's maybe Mr. I mean, I have my I've got one, but you can't have two in like both hands. But maybe Mr. Watt, or actually Miss Celeste, Mr. Watt.
His shell. Hard to hit him through that. His head down. What do you think, Mr. Watt? Do you like? Or shall I take it?
I think there's a attunement barrier that we have, Miss Celeste. Are you highly attuned?
I am barely attuned.
Barely attuned, but perhaps Miss Celeste should protect it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm about to cover myself in a whole bunch of rings, so to speak. Like, it's gonna be metal all over me. So I don't think I need it by comparison. I don't know how that thing works. Something comes to hit you, what you stop it with the ring? However it works.
It's like an ever-present force field around your body, just slightly shimmering.
I don't know what force field means, but okay. By all means, if you want a force field, I mean, I don't know.
Like a field of force around your body, like force.
Like hay?
I was gonna say, do you have to farm it?
Sunflowers?
Sure.
It's quite
Yes.
a distance of you.
Like having sunflowers all over you. Exactly the same.
I haven't seen that with you. You know what? Again, magic. I probably just don't understand it. By all means, Celeste, you want that ring, Joe Drekic would be more than happy for you to have it.
Well, if you insist, I shall take the ring of protection.
There you go. I don't know if Watt maybe took it, if we offered it to Watt at some point. I don't think so. I doubt John would have trusted Watt enough to be like, here's a magic item from one of our dead companions. But otherwise, yeah.
We'll work it out. Very well.
Yeah. Should we look for any more information? They said there might be like books in here or something. Maybe other information. Looking about, can we see shelves of books or anything?
Nope. Every story in here is on the canvas of the walls.
Yeah. Am I hearing checked? All right. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy with everything I'm rocking. Like I said, tomorrow morning I'm just gonna put this on with that. Unless we decide to head out today, then I might just take
I don't really have anything of consequence. Got my armor. Got the ring of spell storing, which still has as far as I it gave to me. My amulet now. Got quite a good dagger. Got my potions as well. Got some darts, my bow, the scimitar that I found. Just things, and plus a bunch of things that we need to sell eventually. Get to that. Plus all about money.
What about the sword that we took from the pirate?
Scimitar.
Oh yeah, good.
So I got silver arrows and my spyglass, which now I have my spyglass back here.
Anything
Nice.
good for snakes with big maws?
I mean, I got a morning star down there. Gullet.
It's just silvered.
Yeah.
So if they're undead serpents, then there we go.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, let's go. I guess to Torgir.
Okay.
Torgir.
Onwards.
It's near doors, it's nearby, it's right around the corner. So it doesn't take you more than a few seconds to arrive at the estate where you see some of these familiar faces of these servants that are appreciating you and opening the door for you as you arrive.
Hey, greetings. Man, I didn't even get to fuck there already. Hi, we're here to see, Torgir.
Right, he's in the dining room right now, I think, and he's having a bit of a drink.
Very good.
Ona said he was looking to get tipsy.
That's true. May we join them?
Yes, of course. Just go straight. It's right over here.
Thank you.
And leads you
That's-
towards the dining room where he is sitting.
Afternoon.
That was fast. I thought you were going to be spending more time before you got ready. But there we go.
Didn't need it seems.
Is there something in particular you'd suggest us picking up?
Well, that's a good question, depending on if we're going through the forest or if we're going over the mountains.
Over the mountains with the gear that we have.
Over the mountains it is, then.
Oh yeah. What do you recommend?
It's two different sides of the same scenario. It's just you have to either climb a bit or you have to be a bit more wary of your surroundings in the forest.
Happy with climbing.
Well, climbing it is.
Plan on leaving this afternoon, or should we go first light? Make as much distance as we can.
I'd probably suggest we do this tomorrow morning. See as much as we can get out of the day as possible. It's
Makes
going to
sense.
be. You're going to need a good night's sleep before you leave as well, I think. It's going to be very isolated for a week or so.
Slash is going to lean over to Ingwe and just whisper, "What's the weather like tomorrow?"
I will try and find out what the weather is like tomorrow.
Pretty shit. It is going to start a blizzard.
Hey, Mr. John. The weather's not going to be great tomorrow. And I have this stuff, like this grappling hook and this large pole that's been sticking out my back for a while. It's like 10 feet. But if we're gonna climb, should we like get some like ropes?
Yeah, I mean, I got a couple ropes already on me. I bought two when we were over. Where was it? Back where I fought that big guy. Silver Shores. I picked up a couple rope there.
Oh, we have ropes and general supplies as well, if need be.
Yeah, I mean, if you need any more.
I mean,
we got the afternoon.
I don't, because I can, you know.
Sure.
I'm just checking that you don't.
I got a couple.
And we're bringing old what?
What? You got rope?
What?
He's got rope. See,
Hey, I can cast rope trick.
Good spell.
he can make a magic rope. Even better.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, you got rope.
Oh, I got plenty of rope.
What about
Frost, you got rope?
what about the like? I've finished
A retreating horn? What is it that you want?
the potions to heal yourself. Have you got enough
Potions of healing.
potions?
Yeah, I got 4.
Yeah, I mean, I got one.
Like, what am I, Jean?
Well, we can share them. I'll give you some.
Because I
barely
can
use
heal.
'em.
I can heal myself. Just worry that if I'm too far away.
It's alright, I'll tell you what, I use mine, I'll bump one off you, but I should be fine. They told me this one was a greater one.
Very well.
So, while we're all here, and watch this includes you as well, I suppose. I know that this was a conversation that came up, but should anyone die, do you wish to be brought back?
Yes.
Yes.
The ability to do so now, so I just wanted to ensure that I know with Drekic's passing there was a motor confusion, so I just wanted to be clear.
Do you still want to be brought back if you might not be the same species that you are when you started?
Species, like I'll come back as an elephant.
Yeah, or an ant or a human.
That's kind of what happens anyway, I suppose. It's just, I suppose, what you're talking about is rather instantaneous.
You won't be an elf. Oh no, you might be an elf, but yeah, Mr. John, you might be a dwarf or.
But how about if I die, use my ring, and then bring me back using that, rather than.
Yeah, good idea. But that's quite time limited, isn't it? Which was the Mrs. Jacket problem, because I didn't have the time.
Yeah, it's within like I think it's a minute or something.
A minute for it. If the ring requires attunement, then that does not work.
Yes.
But if it doesn't, then hey.
It does.
Well, in speaking of your point anyway, there's a big difference between coming back as a dwarf versus coming back as an elephant or an ant. I mean, coming back as a dwarf, something like that, sure, I can handle that.
No, you're right. I was confused. It's like the eating people thing. You would only come back as people that I'm not allowed to eat. But any of them could be
Okay.
dwarf, halfling,
Sure.
giant.
I wouldn't like it, but yeah. I mean, I like me for me. I mean, look at this goddamn handsome face.
Very handsome.
Thank you.
Cheers to that.
Good chat. Good chat. Thanks for clarifying, Miss Celeste.
I am I'm bringing 2 more individuals with me. I think 2 guards should be enough. We'll meet them tomorrow. It's, 2 of my most trusted ones. One is
They
a
can
good
handle it.
tracker, the other one's a good fighter.
All right.
Mentioned mounts as well.
Yes, you get to ride on our marvelous Kalox. Like you might take a little adjusting.
I'm happy. I'm happy with a horse. Honestly, that's.
Oh,
that's
where we're
fine.
going, there's no horse that's gonna be able to go there, so don't worry about that.
Well, I was thinking if we have the afternoon free, might be worth acquainting ourselves with the animals and sort of getting them used to us and things like that before we're out on the road.
I think it's better if you get acquainted to them and the terrain at the same time. You'll see.
All the way.
Quite hear you there.
Like it. No other way to do it.
So, learning in the deep end. No other way.
I've never,
These,
never met a Kalok before.
These creatures, they understand the terrain in a very special way, and the biggest thing you're gonna have to learn is just staying on them when they jump.
Right.
But you'll get to it eventually. It'll be fun. It will be a team building exercise, right, John?
Sure. We've been on a few of those. They always turn out great.
Yes, there's always someone going home crying. Yes. So, is there anything else that you need before we leave tomorrow?
I think so. I think we're all rather amped to get there and get this part over with.
Right. Sounds perfectly fine to me. Well, let's have some drinks, shall we?
Put a fire in our stomach.
Got some beds for us to rest in tonight. Yeah.
Well,
You got beds for us to sleep in here tonight?
well, there's a lot of rooms at the local inn, isn't there?
Yeah, fair enough.
Nah, it's alright. I've got you, Mrs. John. We'll set up the tent. Oh. That's good. Are you
fair.
staying with us till here, or you got your own spot?
I'll stay at my house.
Yeah. We'll stay at our house.
Sounds perfectly fine to me. Just like my privacy a little bit. Hope you understand.
So does Mr. West.
I can understand that.
Take that drink though.
Coming right up. And he puts down a few glasses, starts pouring up some sort of unknown substance, at least. Smells like wine. But it's bluish, not red. It's like, yeah, it's a little bit different.
Down the hatch.
Tastes a little bit like a mixture between sunberries and if you have one of those Gatorades. But it definitely has some punch to it. It's definitely strong, but not as strong as what you had previously, so no need to roll Constitution saves. But it tastes interesting, and through the evening he will tell you that that is just one of the local brews, that there's not a lot of things that grow here, so they have to be selective with some of the berries that they use for various different things. And this is one of the things that they enjoy. It's called Sun Ale, which is a specialty.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Sugar.
That too. Well, it'll be an interesting journey, so we'll have to keep our eyes in a swivel. Many dangers out there, and there's a lot of open regions with no civilization. So my plan is that we're going to travel towards Stories first, which is the nearest town from here, going in that direction. And then we can travel over the mountains from there to get to Khatan.
How long precisely? Well, roughly, I suppose. Will the journey take?
Depending on the weather and such, it will take around between a week to 10 days.
Let's just look at Igwe again with like a quizzical eyebrow. Right. To your evening then. Back at first light. Get
Let's
going.
meet here at first light, and I'll have everything ready for everyone, and it'll be a journey. Couldn't hear that, sorry.
Just said another one.
Oh,
Hold on.
that's right. Our house is ready. I just popped off to set it up for the last 10 minutes or so. The tent's inside the cave thing. I promised Mr. Watt that it'd be warm, even though it's cold. So I put the tent up, and I put the stone temple around it. Hope when we leave, someone will take up residence there. I left the pamphlets in the nook still, so yeah. But I mean, if you want to stay and drink, I know that you need to sleep. I know you like to sleep longer than I do, if you have the choice. But anyway, I'm off to bed.
Yeah, I think I'm just about wrapped up here as well.
Yeah.
Question: where did you put up the tent? Just checking. Just outside, or did you put it somewhere specific, or
Is
what?
there like I haven't looked at the map, to be honest. Where are we at? We're like in Itna. Where's the map of Itna?
So it's in Shaltaland you're now. That's the city itself. So there's the estate, and then around that there's some paths, and then next to it there's the temple of the Snake Guardian. There is room
No.
here and there for you to put up whatever, but
He was like, don't stay here, which is why I was like, oh, I mean, I had human needs as well, which is why I disappeared for momentarily.
well, it's also the inn if you didn't want to do the tent thing.
No, I definitely don't want to do the tent thing because of the way that it played out. But I can't see the map of the city to see a sensible spot. So I would have gone like... Shelterland. Oh, that's it there. Okay.
Top left corner.
Shelterland with an H is the first... Yep, top left corner. Temple of the Snake Guardians. And where is where's his house?
Right next to it.
Oh, near the Temple of the Snake Guardians.
Earl Iger's estate.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. So just like south of Erlika's estate, like across from it, yeah, in that little gap there. That's yeah. I initially, now that I'm looking at the map, initially I was like far away, and now I'm like, nope, right there. He's like, you can't sleep in my house. I want my privacy. No worries, my house is right next door. I'll fix.
Fair.
Neighbors.
Yep. No, you can set it up there, no problem.
You can have your privacy all you want. I'm just gonna be over here in my little tent inside my little stone temple.
Very well. It is set up in that location.
We're just across the road. You can stay here as long as you want, Miss Celeste. No stress. You just go south from the Elves Estates. Not very far. We're right. I'm gonna head there now. Or do you want?
I'll come out with you.
Yeah.
I'm ready to get myself, even if I'm not ready to sleep, I need to get myself bunked down for the night. Got some catching up to do.
Huh?
Yeah.
One more time.
John will
I
join.
go too.
Okay. So you head off the estate and you head into your warm and pleasant tent that's been set up for you. Is there anything in particular you want to do other than sleep?
Put the foxes away. I thought I did that on the ship, but I just wanted to make it really clear.
Sure.
The foxes are away.
They will put away. And Sean is reading his little prayer book, and then he's going to have a nap. Right. And Celeste?
Celeste has taken up residence in the far right-hand corner on her bed, in her little nest that she makes. She's going to pull out her journal, and she's going to, from memory, hour by hour, write down everything that happened between getting in the bath to standing, on the shore watching Hilda's ship disappear, and just document everything down. And then on another page, she's going to start drawing a portrait of Hilda.
Sure thing. You go to bed, one by one, and you have a long night's rest before the morning comes to take you away to somewhere new. And that's where we'll leave tonight's episode.
Woo!
Yay!
Oh,
My toes are
could've
cold
gone-
just thinking about where we are.
Yeah. Well, that could have gone in a very different direction depending on what you did today, so that was interesting. Oh, good. Well, let us roll for raid.
Roll for raid.
That was a
Oh,
14 for
Mom.
me.
Mom's here.
Hello.
I got a 9.
A 9. I got a 14.
12. So, I hope you can hear me.
We can, loud and clear.
Okay, so there is Shield of Celestia doing their campaign, episode 65. There is Valor Studios doing a Waterdeep adventure. There is a lot of preparation, reruns, and the good old folks at Eldritch Scribe, Kingslayer episode 55.
There we go. So, who actually rolled the highest? Sorry.
You did.
Oh,
You did,
14?
Yeah.
So,
Shield of Celestia, Valor Studios, or the Eldritch.
Shield of Celestia. I can't even say
Oh,
that.
it's like mirror imaged.
Sounds like an
Now I
interesting try.
Oh. Oh,
I don't really know what you're doing right now.
what you?
It's mirror imaged.
Right.
So, like, when we've pointed previously and we've pointed on our screens and we've been really bad at it, part of the reason that makes it really hard to do is that if you also look at the other screen that's like the Twitch, it's mirror imaged. So, like, if I look on my screen, you're that way. And if I look down there, you're that way.
Yeah, that's right.
But if I look at myself pointing, you're actually that way.
Yeah, I think that's the same for everyone as well, yeah.
Because it's mirror imaged.
Yeah.
You've got to do it in your head.
Cameras.
Tom is that way, and Shrock is that way. Jacob's easy. Isn't it?
Always at the bottom. Me.
Yeah.
Just bottom.
Anyway, yeah. Raid has been created. Woo-hoo. Thanks everyone for tuning in.
Yes, thank you everyone for tuning in. I hope you all enjoyed this rather slow episode, I guess. I think it was just a bit of a
Chill.
maybe quiet before the storm.
Traveling episode.
I like that
Well.
your lights turned red right as you said quiet before the storm.
Mhm.
Good.
Well, you're going into the wilderness now, no man's land, literally. So there we are.
Woo!
Yeah.
No man's land. Claim it as our own.
Good luck.
Ours.
Stick a flag down.
There's plenty of people there.
Also, we'll see
Anyway.
you next week.
Yeah.
See
See
you
you
next
next
Yeah, next
Monday. Right down in
For
5,
the
4,
next leg. Sure.
2, 1.
Oh, we'll be right back.
week.